best of them, tougher than Knuckles. You can call me Knuckles, unlike Knuckles, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my knuckles, I'm hard as Knuckles. It ain't hard to chuckle, I break them down whether they knuckles. Unlike Knuckles, I'm independent since my first chuckle. First Knuckles, still the Knuckles, then no knuckle chuckle.
Born on an island in the
Knuckles, Knuckles
flows inside me. My doo-doo flows, streaking blood.
Cleanse yourself.
No.
I will be the one that set your knuckles free, true. Cleanse yourself with them calm statements that's in you.
Streaking doo-doo loud sounds are the elements that keep me company. I am fucking my own ancestors. Nothing's gonna stand in my way, no.
I will be the one that set your knuckles free, true. Cleanse yourself with them evils, knuckles that's in you. Knuckles,
Now stand up to all the
knuckles,
just believe it.
knuckles,
Don't rely on
knuckles.
It's this power to wipe out the doo-doo and blood. This is
Knuckles,
gonna fight for me.
here I come, rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Sonic, unlike Knuckles, I don't flex my muscles. I'd rather chuckle, I'm hard as Sonic, it ain't hard to Sonic. I break them down whether they Sonic or Knuckles. Unlike Knuckles, I'm Sonic, since my first breath, first Sonic, then Sonic, then Sonic, then Sonic.
I have no past. Oh, don't approve of him, but God bless him. This
Sonic,
fucking has a purpose. This
come,
flows in
Sonic's rugged.
ass.
Right on. I will be the one that caught your heart free, true. Caught yourself with evil spirits that come in you.
We fight now, stand up to all the pain. It's fucking, just believe it.
Knuckles,
There's blood on others. We will be waiting when the
Sonic,
series dies. This is my planet. I shall not stand up to all the pain and turmoil and arrogant and unheeded. Freedom and serenity and streaking lights, loud sounds and instinct and blood and this and
come,
doo-doo and
Knuckles. Hold up, that said so. Knock, that hold. So that hold, Knuckles. Elation, hold, we got, knock, through, that. Muck, that so, reach, that don't, so, that sure, beat, that so, no, knock, that rock, that hold, that, hold, we over you, we said, knock, down.
I'll be waiting when serenity is restored. This is my planet. I shall not surrender. Yeah. Shall not surrender, no. Yeah. Woo.
The new porcupine on the knuckles with the knuckles. Out the knuckles with the rugged knuckles. Cock is cuckles. The knuckle thrower. Independent cock hold. Magical cock holder. Give you the knuckles. Shoulder. My cock goes through boulders. That's why I flex my boner. I'm hard as nails. I don't need a posse. I get it all by myself. Adversaries get come.
Oh no!
Rough. I'm knocked on. Rough.
pain when you can't help but follow. It puts you right back where you came. Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn, of the works of yesterday. Live and learn, if you beg or if you borrow. Live and learn, you may never find your way. Can you feel it life tangle you up inside? Yeah, belly face down on the floor. Oh, but you can't stay your sorrow. You paid in trade. When you can't help but follow, it puts you right back where you came. Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn, of the works of yesterday. Live and learn, if you beg or if you borrow. Live and learn, you may never find your way. Oh yeah.
Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch ass motherfucker. I come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking pulled his dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call out post on my Twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that. That looks like 2 balls in a bong. He fucked my wife. So guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My silver laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go high. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot. What? So guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, that's what you get. My silver laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go high. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. This is what you get. My super laser piss. You have 23 hours before the piss to off, so let's hit the fucking earth. Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you two. Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you two. so good.
Welcome along, everyone, to day one of the Sonic 3D in 2D tournament. My name is HUD601, and joining me for these opening races, I have Matuni here. Hi, Matuni.
Hello, hello.
Welcome along. This is going to be a very, very exciting tournament. A very different tournament from one we've held before. A fan game tournament, Sonic 3D in 2D. While our racers are just getting ready for the first match, I just want to let you guys know the format of this weekend. We have 13 racers, 13 runners that are joining in this tournament. We have seeded them based upon their PBs as of midnight on Monday. The top three, that's Matuni here, Zaxxon and Zyzex, all receive buys in the first round. The remaining 10 are all racing to stay in this tournament. Both round 1 and round 2 are knockout. Lose and you're out the tournament at this point. This first round we have 5 races and they are best of 1. Round 2 is a best of 3. So all the people that advance will go through to round 2. It's best of 3, still single elimination. From that, the top 4, those 4 winners will go through to tomorrow, and that will become a double elimination bracket, where we will have best of 3s all the way through to the final in the best of 5. If you do !schedule in the chat, you will be able to see all of the schedule for today and all of the matches we have coming up, and !bracket will show you those brackets on challenge. But yeah, we have our first 2 runners up here, Matuni. We've got Argick versus Shaw. How are you seeing this one taking place? What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, very closely matched. Obviously, Argick with the PB of 32 minutes and 57, and Shaw coming in just behind with 35:18. So obviously, it will come down to their runs on the day, their luck. Hopefully, they don't get memed too much by the game, but of course, anything can happen.
Absolutely, anything can happen. And we have seen from all of the practice, from our runners having to learn this game brand new, figure out the routes and everything, we've seen our runners really fall foul in the later stages. It's usually Gene Gadget 1, Panic Puppet 1. Those are the ones where we could potentially see a single death completely turning a given race around. So our runners are getting underway, we're just syncing up the streams, and day 1 has begun. Argick versus Shaw, Green Grove 1. Talk us through this one.
That's right, it's the opening level, fairly short. Hopefully they don't get buzz killed here by the buzz bomber. You see them take the spring up. Shaw managed to avoid it. Argick gets caught by the buzz kill, no problem. Just a quick recovery, and that's just going to be a small time loss.
Yep, so Shaw already at the boss now, having to wait for this little cutscene. We've got Silver Sonic Mark 1 here. There is a particular boss trap for this one. It takes a little while to learn, but if you can do it, potential to save a whole heap of time. So you're going to see Shaw looking to spin dash across, get the first hit, which will get Silver Sonic to come up, and then try and get all 8 of these hits on the banks. There's 5, 6, 7, and 8. Perfectly done. Let's see if Argick can match this. Gets the spin dash with a jump. There's hit 1, and look at this. Beautiful 3, 4, oh, just recovering 5. So gets 5 of them, but it's now going to have to set Silver Sonic back up again. 6, 7... It's got 1 more hit to go. So you can see, if not quite getting all of them, it can just start bleeding the time. You're going to lose a little bit in the early stages. So yeah, Argick about 14 seconds behind Shaw at this point now.
Yes, of course, that was Silver Sonic from the 8-bit Sonic 2 on the Sega Master System and Game Gear. And maybe not the last we'll be seeing of him.
For sure, looking to get this spring bounce up to the top section. So this one's been a very interesting game from a tournament perspective in terms of Zaxxon and Friends hosting this, because when this game was picked, no one had speedrun this game. There were no speedruns of it. The runners have had to figure all of this out. And even up until, early this week, I think, Matuni, there were still some levels where the routes and the strats used were being changed.
Yes, absolutely right. Fairly recently, there's been a change in routes, which you'll see some runners go for, I'm sure. As you say, no more than 6 weeks, some runners less time than that running this game. So you may see some inconsistency with certain backups, say, where they put in a situation where they just don't know what to do and maybe have to take a death or restart the level.
Drum Basher, thank you for your tip. For anyone who doesn't know, we do run prize pools on Zaxxons and Friends here, so any money tipped during the weekend is split between our runners. Because we only have 13 runners for this particular tournament, that means the top 2 will split the prize pool. 75% will go to first place, and second place will receive 25% at the end of these 2 days. And yeah, one of the things I really like, and I think what a lot of people are going to realise is, for the most part, Sota, the developer of this game, who will be joining us later for some commentary and an interview with Argick, has recreated some of the bosses from Sonic 3D Blast really, really well. But obviously for the Act 1s has had to come up with fairly unique and original bosses, and I think has really done well in terms of that and coming up with some original ideas, rather than just kind of reusing existing bosses from, you know, as they stand from the older 2D games.
Yes, fantastic effort from Sota. You see here Sonic doing the spin on Argick's side. That, I believe, is a feature from the original Sonic 3D Blast.
Yeah, so keeping true to the original 3D Blast as much as possible, bringing in that little pirouette, the ballet dance, if you like. And here we see Fang on Shore screen at the moment, the Act 1 boss here in Rusty Ruin. So Fang's going to be jumping up and down, dropping these bombs. For all of these bosses, the runners have tried to figure out the most effective strats for defeating them. We can see here Shaw doing a fairly good job of getting these bounces. Needs to watch out for both the bombs and the shots. And we can see Argick now on the left. But yeah, Shaw having a little bit of trouble with Fang here. This might give Argick a way in if he can get this strat right. You will see Fang disappearing. It's not because he's actually going invisible for the runners. That's just the difference between the game running at 60 frames per second and the stream picking it up at 30 frames per second. So if you do see some characters like Fang here disappearing, don't worry, the runners can still see it. And yeah, Argick getting a fairly good boss there is going to be saving some time over Shore.
Yeah, Fang the Weasel, I believe, originally appeared in Sonic Triple Trouble. So you'll see in Rusty Ruin there's a very exploration-focused level. It's an exploration-focused game. So you see the runners going backwards and forwards. They have to hit a switch to open a door or pick up a certain ability to progress. Sure, just picking up the fire shield. That may be very important for the midsection of the run if he can hold on to it.
Oh, good jump over the gap. Needs to watch out for the swinging arm. Does so, keeps hold of the shield. So yeah, this is going to definitely help him on this next bit. Now has the speed shoes. Needs to work his way through the level quickly to keep hold of these. That will help him at the end with a little ballet section with the pirouette. So he's going to come up these 3 springs, roll into the enemy, into the pirouette, and straight across that bridge there. That's the bit you need the speed shoes for. And then needs to be careful not to die on those doors. The Sonic World engine, not always the most forgiving with its hitboxes. I think we can all attest to that during our playthroughs. But yeah, as you said earlier, Matuni, like this level is can feel it's very exploration based, but it can feel almost like a labyrinth at times.
Yes, absolutely. In certain sections, there's only one way to progress. Like this section, Argick's coming up. He's going to pick up the pirouette move and break through these walls. There's really no other way to go there. You need to make it across that bridge and reach that button to access the boss. Argick losing the fire shields there in the stage. The fire shield can be used to take a different route in the upcoming levels, Spring Stadium and Diamond Dust. But Shaw losing it as well there, so they'll both be going without the fire shield.
Yeah, Arg making it through. Obviously, that's the Golem, or I can't remember the exact name from it, but you would have seen it in Sandopolis Act 2 from Sonic 3, so making good reuse of some old Sonic bosses. Oh, sure!
Caught by
Sure
the
to-
barrels. Oh, where is the checkpoint? Let's see. It might
Did
be
he
in a
get-
tricky place, because he's actually got spikes below him here, so he'll want to pick up those rings, as he does.
Yeah, really tricky place to be without the invincibility.
Looks like he's going to be okay. Hopefully he doesn't get crushed a second time. You never know where those cycles are on if you haven't had a clean start to a run and it's not your comfort zone.
Picking up a
He's-
backup lightning shield as well.
Yeah, he took the top route this time, completely ignoring the barrels.
Yeah, this has given Arg a good chance to catch up a bit more, gets through the barrel safely, opts to go round the loop, and then on to the spring. So yeah, Argick just behind now as Shaw comes onto the Tails doll, the boss for Act 1 of Spring Stadium.
That's right, Tails Doll first appeared in Sonic R. A pretty tricky one to do both casually and speedrun. So you can see Tails Doll has this varied moveset, teleporting around. You can only hit him one at a time.
Yeah, sure there it looked like intentionally losing the lightning shield, wants the insta shield ideally for the second part. Argick having a few issues with Tails doll, and losing his lightning shield as well now.
Yep, going for the damage boost strat. And Shaw just wrapping it up. Getting in under 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's just one more hit for Argick now. Oh no, still got one more after this even. There it is, finishing up.
Good use of the damage boost there from Argick. Coming in, ooh, only just under 2 minutes. Slightly behind what Shaw got.
Yeah, so we'll be able to see what the difference is between the two runners once Argick Spring Stadium 2 begins. It looks like it's going to be about 20 seconds.
Yep. Spring Stadium 2, actually Shaw's least favourite level. It is a tricky one. For a lot of runners, I imagine that will be the case. It's there's a lot of bumpers and a lot of enemies in the way trying to stop you.
Yeah, in fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of our 13 runners stated Spring Stadium Act 2 as their least favourite level. And to be honest, I can sympathise with that because it's very, very tricky to learn the patterns required. Which springs are active, which ones aren't, which ones should you take, which ones should you avoid. You can see Argick getting bounced around everywhere by both the enemies, the springs, the spikes, the bumpers. It's a very tricky one to master this.
Oh yeah, and the enemies appear to be on a global cycle, and you really notice that in this stage. If you've made a mistake and you're slightly behind, a spiked enemy will be in a different position and actually stop you.
The Arg opting to take the invincibility. A really interesting feature of this game, which I personally love, is that when you have invincibility, your shield abilities are still active. So if you have no shield, you can still use the insta shield if you want to. But let's say you have a lightning shield, you can still do the double jump. If you have a fire shield, you can still flame dash. Which means that it's not necessarily a hindrance to get the invincibility, and then potentially lose access to your shield abilities.
Yep, I'm just going for the backup there on this bouncing barrel, makes it up.
Shaw, meanwhile, on the boss, on average arms, finishes them off. No problems at all. Arg once again choosing to do the invincibility. This is a strat that I personally prefer. Just helps to guarantee a few hits, especially early on, that you're not going to take any damage here.
Yep, gets the 3 early hits. Doesn't get the good RNG. Looks like Robotic's going to fly low this time.
Very close to getting crushed there, playing very dangerous, but good strats from Argick. One more hit to go. There's the final hit. Really, really good average arms boss for him.
Yep, Shaw just beginning Diamond Dust 1, obviously a reference to Ice Cap there with the snowboarding. Seems to have lost his feed there for a moment.
Yeah, just a few issues with his feed at the moment. I've got them up separately here, so this is an issue on Shaw's side. It should be able to get that back shortly, but for now we'll focus on Argick, also on the snowboarding section. Yeah, I think it's just a couple of issues for sure on OBS, but we will get that back as soon as we can. Yeah, the requisite snowboarding section of any Sonic game with an ice level. Into Diamond Dust 1, and this one, I've really started to learn to enjoy this one, Matuni. Like some of the tricks in this particular level, the way it flows, it breaks up quite nicely.
I would say we are watching identical feeds right now, but that's just me.
It's just perfect sync. The most
Yeah,
perfect of
amazing.
syncs.
Every little mistake, every optimization. But yeah, this is a very fun stage. Banging music, of course, if you are so inclined. So hopefully we can get Shaw's video feedback soon. In all the commotion, early-ish in Diamond Dust 1 is one of the most inconsistent jumps in the game. It can save about 8 seconds if you get it correctly. I call it the miracle jump.
Yeah, certainly difficult one. All these little strats. I know there's some runners. Obviously, we can see Argick here opting to take the gold shield with the homing attack here, which will help for the boss. I know that some runners will be looking to keep their fire shields all the way through this. I think others, if I'm correct, are now opting to use the lightning shield through this level to hold it for later.
Yeah, it's worth noting in this game, fire shields or any shield does persist through zones. So at the end of Act 2, you carry it into the Act 1 of the next. Of course, the homing shield here originally featured in Sonic 3D Blast.
There we go.
Yeah, we're still trying to get Shaw's feedback at the moment. His stream is offline, but we will try and get that back as soon as possible. But we will follow Argick through Diamond Dust Act 2 next.
Yes, last reports were Shaw was ahead at the start of Diamond Dust. For now, Argick is racing himself.
So working his way down through Diamond Dust 2, just getting caught by the spring at the beginning. That little troll spring always catches me out, catches many runners out. Gets to jump up to the top, grabbing the lightning shield. So this is one of the things, when it came to writing the commentary guide, we haven't provided a run guide for our commentators. The reason for that is that this game has so many different potential routes and everything was changing so fast, it didn't feel right to say this is the way that the runners will go. This particular route here, I'll be honest with you, Matuni, I've never actually seen this route myself. It just goes to show just how many ways through a level there actually is, and how many different strats our runners will be using throughout this tournament.
Yeah, you'll be seeing runners try to keep the lightning shield here because it offers a much quicker route in the next stage, which is Volcano Valley 1. Argick unfortunately losing his lightning shield fairly shortly after picking it up, so we tested his ability to do his backups without the shield.
So we're just hearing from Shaw that it looks like he may have had a power outage during the run.
Ooh.
Which is most unfortunate. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Now we'll continue to watch Argick while we figure out the best thing to do in this regard. Obviously not Shaw's fault, nothing he could have done to avoid that. Yeah, we're just trying to find out whether or not power has actually been restored. Obviously we're talking to Shaw in Discord at the moment. But yeah, we are currently uncertain as to whether or not he's, for example, talking to us via mobile phone or something else. In the meantime, Argick on Volcano Valley 1. So the most important thing here is get the fire shield and keep the fire shield. And this is where you're probably going to see the first instance of one of the glitches we have found in this game. Much to the developers' delight, I am sure.
Yes, that's
So-
right. It was actually Shore 05 who discovered vertical zips in Sonic 3D and 2D. So hopefully we'll be seeing those in Volcano Valley. Just losing his fire shield, I believe there is still a backup. He may have to do a little trick here where he clips through a wall. So he's trying to position Sonic right in that little nook at the top of the wall there. If done correctly, he will actually clip through to the other side. He can't normally break through this wall without the fire shield.
Oh, that's a beautiful backup from Argick there. Yeah, managed to get a shortcut. There is a backup fire shield coming up. Oh, just the other side of that pipe. Unfortunately, he managed to get into the pipe hole in one.
And he's not happy without it. He's going all the way back.
Have to go all the way back to grab it again.
Yeah, fire shield essential for skipping the auto scroller at the start of the boss fight. Saves about 20 seconds if done correctly. Right, gets the backup checkpoints. Right, gets the backup checkpoints. So this trick requires you to get into the wall here. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite manage it. What he was trying to do was go into the gap he entered the boss room through, and then use it to zip up this whole climbing section, saving about 20 seconds and getting straight to the boss at the top. An alternative you may see from other runners is picking up the lightning shield previously and actually doing this whole section with the lightning shield. The increased verticality, skipping that section quite nicely. Okay, using damage boosts to fight this boss. Hopefully you can 2.5 cycle it. There we go. 311. Of course, slowing down for the signpost there. If you hit the signpost at 100 miles an hour, it just flies up really high and costs a little bit of time, less than a second per signpost. But over the course of the run, maybe adds up to 4 or 5 seconds.
Okay, so we can see that Shaw has got back his stream and he's up and running again in Diamond Dust 1. We're just discussing the best thing to do behind the scenes. The most likely scenario, given the fact it's not Shaw's fault that he received power cut, it's just most unfortunate. We will likely be finding out his time at the point at which his stream unfortunately dropped. He is starting Diamond Dust 1 again, and we will add up the time from the start of this point to the end to make his final time together. Just so everyone's aware. So obviously Shaw's timer is not going at the moment, but we will have to work this out after the race to determine who is the rightful winner of this race. Just so everyone's aware.
Yes, welcome back, Shaw. Argick just going for this zip here. He's using the pause strat, and he gets it. So he managed to enter this gap in the wall, and that put him inside the wall. In this game engine, I suppose, that zips you straight up and cuts out a portion of the level. Okay, Shaw just picking up the lightning shield. We'll see how far he can carry it. The end goal is to take it all the way to Volcano Valley 1. And Argick just cruising on the Volcano Valley 2 boss fight. Obviously he has the fire shield. The boss actually can't do anything. And he's just finishing that up.
Yeah, really interesting boss if you manage to carry the fire shield all the way through. It's literally impossible to die, at least so far, as far as we've found. The only thing you can do is time over. So it effectively makes it a bit of a free boss, that one in Volcano Valley 2. Argick now in Giga 1 Gene Gadget, and this is where we may see a few cameos from some of our old boss friends across the years.
Oh yes, one of the hardest bosses in the speedrun. Thankfully the stage is fairly straightforward, so we're seeing Argick fly through it, not too much issue.
Yeah, really good stage thus far. So yeah, the way that the boss works when we get there, there are 5 bosses of which the game can choose from. We have Silver Sonic returning, we have Silver Sonic Mark II, we have Metal Sonic from the end of Sonic 2 in Death Egg, we have Mecha Sonic from Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and we have Metal Sonic from Sonic CD. The game will choose one of the 5 at random. After the 6th hit on the boss, the next one will be chosen. You can end up fighting 2 bosses at the same time. And then after 6 hits on that boss, the 3rd one will come out. And it's completely random. It's RNG as to which one you get. Or which ones you get, I should say.
Yeah, Argick just entering this maze of pipes. That's a direct reference to Sonic 2 on the Sega Master System and Game Gear.
Yeah, I love all these different kind of assets from all the different games over the years being used, combined to make this fantastic fan game. We can see here, Argick's first one out, he has Silver Sonic. We saw him earlier on in Green Grove 1.
Yeah, this is one that runners will be happy to see, especially with the fire shield. Now he's got 6 hits. You see Metal from Sonic CD coming up. That's one most runners don't want to see. One of the tougher runs to fight.
Yeah, I can do one of several different types of attacks. You can see here he's doing this kind of electric orb attack using the laser. You can also spin dash.
And it looks like Mecha Sonic from Sonic and Knuckles is going to be the final one. This one's not too bad. It's you can't get a lot of hits, only 1 or 2 hits each opening.
Definitely sped up. Oh, Shaw taking a death in Volcano Valley 1, meanwhile, trying to do the boss glitch, like the zip through the auto-scroller section. Unfortunately, not quite getting it right, taking a death, but opted not to take the checkpoint at the end, so going to lose some time getting back to there, but it does mean he gets a fire shield and has a second go at doing the zip. So Argick now in Gene Gadget 2. The most important thing here is not jumping over that and taking an accidental
Oh goodness.
death. Okay, so Shaw now going to go for the Volcano Valley 1 autoscroller skip again. And Zyzex, thank you very much for your tip and your contribution towards the runners pool there.
Yes, much appreciated from Zyzex there. Alright, Argick picking up the lightning shield. He wants to hold on to this with his life. It allows him to bypass electric walls. In this level, the only other way you get through them is by pushing buttons that are sort of scattered throughout the level. So you don't want to go scavenger hunting or exploring the level for buttons. That's not fast. You want to hold on to the lightning shield and just walk through.
Yeah, those first set of 2 doors are probably the most timely ones to use it for. Once you get past there, it's still beneficial to hold on to this shield, but it's not the end of the world. Mainly for this jump right here that Argick's just done. That's what it saves. It saves you going through an extra set of pipes. Shaw, meanwhile, finishing up Volcano Valley 1, getting the zip this time, and making quick work of Knuckles.
Yeah,
Is it Metal Knuckles?
That's right, Metal Knuckles first appeared in Sonic R, I believe.
Now Argick taking on this boss, this recreation of the Giga Act 3 boss. The spikes coming down the treadmills. He needs to be very careful. If he's going to take a hit, this left-hand side, that is a death pit. If he's going to accidentally take a hit, it needs to be facing left so Sonic gets thrown back towards the right. We've seen many runners take accidental deaths by trying to back away and still getting the hit and being pushed into that death area. Shaw trying to get this second zip, gets it this time.
Yeah, interesting from Shaw there, just taking on the first zip YOLO, doing the sort of fast setup rather than the safer elevator setup. But he managed to get both of them. So Argick on to Panic Puppet 1. This is actually his least favourite level. He'll have to pick up a lightning shield here because he's lost the one he had in Gene Gadgets. So he's just going for the backup lightning shield here. This skips large chunks of the level. But unfortunately losing it to the Badnik, he now has to take the fans out. But it looks like he's going to take a death instead and just start from the beginning. But the lightning shield in Panic Puppet 1 skips out portions of it. There's a lot of vertical platforming, allows you to skip certain pulleys and platforms. Okay, round 2, rolls through the enemy that time. And Short taking an interesting route here on Gene Gadgets, a different one to that we saw from Argick, I believe. Argick just using the peel out to make it across that conveyor belt. It's the only move that can give Sonic enough speed to run against the current.
Yeah, you'll notice, if for anyone who's played Sonic 3D Blast, you'll know that the peel out is used quite often there in favour of using the traditional spin dash. In this game, we tend to use the spin dash more often. The peel out takes a long time to charge in this game. I think it was worked out anywhere between 5 and 6 seconds for a full speed peel out. So yeah, more often than not, you are going to see runners use using the spin dash, but as Matuni said, those treadmills, the only way you can get enough speed to outrun them is by using the peel out.
Alright, Shaw running the gauntlet of Gene Gadget 1 boss. Starts well enough with Mecha Sonic. Not too concerned.
Argick making his way to the Panic Puppet 1 boss, the first part of the boss. Generally the easier part. He has plenty of rings, he has the lightning shield. That said, if he were to lose the shield and then take another hit, there's no chance of recovering any rings, so he basically is able to take 2 hits safely here to get through both parts of this boss. The first one is recreating something new from the Uru Ball. These kind of green orbs will come out and electrify the screen, and on the other side, Sonic can then get some hits. On this little red one that comes out, 8 hits will defeat this. So a relatively straightforward one here, using the Tails Flight Assist mechanic from Marble Garden, Act 2 in Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Yeah, the second phase of this boss, one of the hardest bosses in the whole game.
Shaw unfortunately having a tough time there with Metal, taking a death, and we knew that this would happen to some of our runners. It's an incredibly tough gauntlet. Both of these bosses that both runners are on. Argick's now come up to the second part, and I can honestly tell you I spent well over an hour on this my first playthrough and never completed it. It's very tough to learn how to defeat this boss effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. We are currently seeing on both screens the 2 hardest bosses in the speedrun.
Yeah, we've got Silver Mark II on the right side with Shaw.
Yeah, an interesting one, Silver Monk 2. You see Shaw keeping his distance there. You can't actually stay close to him. He will never leave his ball form.
Yeah, have to give him some distance. I think Argick might just have 1 hit to go now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shaw just facing two of them at once right now. He needs to finish off Mark II so he can isolate the Mecha Sonic. Manages to keep that one ring management going strong though. Unfortunately, taking a second death there. The one ring too slippery to hold on to.
Oh, Argick having some problems as well. He actually had more than one hit. I miscounted completely. Has lost his light shield. Almost took a hit from the laser there. Tails, however, taking one for the team.
He does have the buffer of 100 rings though.
Oh, not anymore though.
Ooh, taking a risk there, trying to hit Robotnik on the up. And there's the final hit.
Whew.
Crisis averted on Argick's side.
Argick now through to the final stage, Panic Puppet Act 2. Shaw, meanwhile, still stuck here on Giga 1.
Yes, on his last life, so he'll hope to nail it this time. He's currently got Mecha. We're about to see who the final one is. He'll not be wanting to see that. CD Sonic Metal Sonic.
They've got 4 rings though, and thankfully the rings, for the most part, do bounce around this arena. As long as they don't go through where the 2 doors are either side, where they can phase through. Usually you'll mostly be able to pick up a ring if needed.
Yeah, trying to get extra hits there, but unfortunately Metal Sonic activated his electric field. It's fine though, he's through.
Made his way through. Argick, meanwhile, Panic Puppet 2 grabs the fire shield up onto the bolt here. Needs to spin it up. You'll remember these from Metropolis Zone in Sonic 2. And then into the elevator. You remember these from Launch Base in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Real nice kind of reuse of a lot of these different assets from many different 2D games to kind of create something brand new but still familiar.
Yes, and sure, on to Gene Gadget 2, actually his favourite level in the game. It's hard to say exactly how the races are compared to each other. Obviously, we lost Shord for a decent chunk earlier. But Argick just missing a skip of this whole water section. He's going to have to take this underwater section to be a real test of his knowledge of the route. Whether he can complete this underwater section successfully. Most speedrunners you'll see trying to skip this by doing a well-timed fire jump over the water.
Yeah, Arg unfortunately losing his fire shield just before, tried to go for the backup of doing the spin dash jump, but not quite timing it correctly. It is possible to get over without the fire shield, but it's a very, very tight jump to do. But yeah, going through the underwater section here, makes his way out nice and safe. He now needs to come up this ramp. No, opting to go back down instead to the underwater section to grab the spring up and over the fans. And now it should be relatively straightforward now, all the way through to the final boss.
Yeah, just wants to head right, find the yellow spring. Not sure where that elevator will take him.
Oh,
it's
sure.
fine.
Oh, sure, just getting caught out by the invisible wall that's just at the top.
Yeah, fortunately he still had a life, so starts at the checkpoint just before the boss. He'll need to play it safe now. And Argick just coming up to the final boss, of course based on the one from Sonic 3D Blast. Makes it through the first section with damage boosts. Onto the second phase with the fire. It's tricky to find the weak point because it happens at regular intervals, but there are large time gaps between them.
One of the flame arms taken care of. Now the other one just getting hit by it. He's going to have to wait for another cycle here, Argick.
Yep, onto the third phase now with the guns.
Opts for just the 2 hits rather than the 3. playing it safe. Or just mistiming that, but still gets in. Only one hit on the left one.
Yeah, it's difficult to know when to go with this one. There's such a long wait between the moments of opportunity.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed with this boss as well is if you don't get the hits within, I think, 4 cycles, the next one is pretty poorly timed for you. You can end up taking a hit before you get any. Sonic can end up taking damage before you get any hits in, but Argick finishing us off first here with a 37-37. GG's, Argick, was a good run.
Well done to Argick.
I mean, let's be honest, it's a great success if you manage to complete a run. Especially without game overing in this one, because it is so tough to learn.
Absolutely.
Now, for anyone who's just joining us, the race did start at the same time. However, Shaw unfortunately suffered a power cut during the run when he was in Diamond Dust 1. We have managed to capture his time up to the end of the previous level, which was Spring Stadium 2, which was 11 minutes and 18 seconds. That's the point at which he transitioned into Diamond Dust Act 1. Now that his power is back, we have asked him to continue the run from Diamond Dust 1, which he has been doing, and we will then figure out his final time by seeing how long it's taken him to do Diamond Dust 1 to the end of the run, and we will then put those 2 times together to determine his final time. So at the moment, we truly don't know who's won this race or who's going to win this race, because we're not exactly certain of Shaw's time right now. But just so everyone's aware, we felt this was the fairest way to do it, given the fact that it was something completely outside of Shaw's control, suffering an unfortunate power cut during the run. If I can calculate this though, I can give you a quick update on Shaw's time at the moment. From the moment the screen is... This is within a few seconds. From the moment the screen locked when he was running towards this boss, he was on about 31 minutes and 30 seconds, give or take. That's roughly where he is at the moment. Obviously, again, we will work out an exact final time after this, and we will let you all know both on the commentary and in chat. But yeah, for the moment, we just have to wait to see how Shaw's run.
It's difficult to predict. Both runners had a bit of trouble with falling onto a different route or losing lives on Gene Gadget 1 boss. But as yet, I couldn't tell if Shaw is on pace to beat a time of 37 minutes or not.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell you either. I have no idea at this point. It is probably going to be fairly close though. Shaw's had a couple of good runs, but as you say, Matuni has lost some lives throughout this second part of his run. We saw him having a lot of trouble in Geiger with the multitude of bosses there.
Yes, just losing his lightning shield. Not happy to hit Robotnik on that cycle with his jewels pointing up. He wants none of that. So he'll want Robotnik to come back down and hopefully do the slow drill fire, which allows him to get 2 hits if it comes.
Yeah, 2 hits there, nice.
And coming back down.
Which is what you want. You don't want Robotnik staying up high, because then there's the potential that he'll do the laser attack, and without the lightning shield, you are at his mercy. All you can do is just avoid it. But Shaw finishing up there, 4:07, and now just got the cutscene to play out before he goes into Panic Puppet Act 2.
Yeah, we have a lengthy cutscene now featuring Knuckles. So it'd be interesting to see if Shaw gets the fire skip. You'll see most runners, well, all runners will likely attempt it. He'll be picking up the fire shield early on and then going for that jump. Not quite enough height there from the cog. There we go, that should be it. Okay, there's the fire shield, just making his way through these final cogs and the elevator. This
Now that's going to be incredibly close.
oh really?
This is very close.
Oh goodness. Well, it may come down to this fire shield skip then. If you know what you're doing with the water route, it's not so bad, but obviously a lot of runners won't have practiced the backup. So he's slowing down considerably. He knows what's at stake. Goes for the spin dash setup. And makes it. Loses his fire shield. It's okay. It's done its work. He's now onto the moving platforms.
Yeah, it's that skip that's the most important thing for that fire shield. Gets the quick jump. Nice.
Yeah, nothing too concerning in the remainder of Panic Puppet Act 2. Bar an unfortunate death from the cogs. Yeah, that's a tricky cog. If you approach it coming from the left, it actually spins up very close to the ceiling, so you need to be aware of that. And he managed that well. And that's it, he's just the final boss now. Argick says his run was not the best performance. That's understandable. I doubt we're going to see many runners this weekend have a clean performance. Of course, a no resets run. Ooh, just taking a death there from the boss. Not quite getting the damage boosts to pick up the rings.
I think that may have just swayed the race. So Shaw's second half is at 26 minutes right now, which puts him on 37.18, and he's chasing a 37.37. I think that death may have just decided it.
Oh my goodness.
It really is that close.
Well, he's down to 0 rings again. He's got to be careful on these next phases. The fire's okay to avoid. The gun's a little bit sketchy.
Needs to avoid this fire now. This is probably the hardest one to do with no red. No! Oh, sure. No. That's exactly why that when you're hitting the blue buttons, they have a tendency with the Sonic Worlds engine to throw you in unpredictable directions and at unpredictable speed. Not necessarily what you'd always expect of a 2D Sonic game. And it can throw you straight into the path if you're not careful. So yeah, most unfortunate. Yeah, everyone send your love and good wishes to Shaw at the moment, who's done a phenomenal run here given the circumstances. Obviously having his run broken up by that unfortunate power cut. Not having the best of time with the Geiger bosses, and yet still putting in a great performance here.
Yes, getting a solid run out in spite of very difficult circumstances.
Oh, there goes his ring again. Needs to be careful. Oh, sure, no.
Unfortunately, taking the death there. That's going to put him back to Act 1.
I'm fairly certain Shaw has just conceded as well. So yeah, GG's to Shaw, everyone. Really unfortunate there in terms of the way it finished, but Argick is our first winner of the day. We'll advance through to round 2, and Argick, for his win, is going to be going up against our gracious host, Zaxxon, in the second round. That run will be tomorrow. But for now, we're going to get our next runners ready, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
Hello and welcome back. Next up we have Raffelmir and Timps.
Yeah, two very solid runners. Rafalmir has been grinding his PB down really, really hard over the last few days. According to my sheet at the moment, has a PB of 29.05. I think he may have actually got himself a sub 29 just yesterday. So really been working hard on this one. Timps, meanwhile, has been putting in a lot of effort. Not quite down in the low 30s yet, but we don't know what he's been doing behind the scenes. Potential here for another upset, our 4th seed going up against our bottom seed, I believe.
Yes, Timps, of course, a veteran speedrunner of all classic Sonic games. Raffelmir contributed to the Sonic Mania speedrun strats and currently has the full sweep in Sonic CD 2011, and they're both underway in Green Grove 1. Trial by Buzzkill. Here we go. Oh, Raffelmir dodges the Buzzkill. It looks like Timps got through no trouble either, onto the boss.
Just while we're waiting for this boss cutscene, a quick shout out. Thank you very much, Lakis, for the tip that will go into the runners pot for the prize pool for this tournament. And yeah, just confirmation from Ben, one of the staff here. 28.52 is Raf's current PB, changing all the time.
Yeah, you'll see the runners go for a bounce strat on Silver here. Both of them getting the setup well and good. This is possible because when you hit Silver Sonic here, he zips to the other side of the screen, so you're able to just keep bouncing on him and he will zip back and forth.
So yeah, the latest information I have was that Timps' PB was a 40.35 setback on the 15th of May, but I'm fairly certain that he has done better than that since.
Yes, I think I got from Discord he has a 38 minutes and 17.
Yep, that's what I'm seeing here as well. So yeah, I mean, the PBs themselves are obviously quite varied here, but you know, we saw in our first run of the day, Matuni, that in this game, the PBs don't really stand for much. It's all about the consistency and how you can handle what the game throws at you, especially with so much RNG later on in the run with the bosses.
Oh yeah, expect to see a few hiccups here and there, a few lead swings. Both runners making it fairly nicely through Green Grove 1 and 2. Raffelmir just taking care with that boss to keep his one ring. Oh, Tim's almost missing the ring there. He managed to catch his last ring. You want to always be damage boosting to the left. This is where your last ring will bounce to 100% of the time. But both runners getting through it. Raffelmir just taking a slight advantage there with a slightly cleaner Green Grove.
So here we go. Rusty Ruin Act 1 for Raffelmir on the left. Slows down to head to the bottom. Takes a spring up. A little spin dash through these walls. Heads back again. Also take the underwater method through. And then into the pirouette. Lovely little mechanic added to this game and recreated very faithfully for 2D.
Yeah, just going through, hitting his switches, doing his pirouettes.
Tim's not far behind her at the moment, also on the pirouette stage, so there's only around about 15 or 16 seconds between these runners at this early stage. Basically nothing in this game.
Yeah, very clean starts from both runners. Impressive stuff.
Tim's just having a little problem there with the flame jets coming out of the wall. Let's see how Raffelmir gets on with Fang.
Yeah,
So
getting
this
to
is
the
the-
boss there. 45 seconds. Raffelmir actually has a outstanding time on the individual level for Rusty Ruin 1.
And yeah, eight clean hits. Beautifully done. Tim's turn now.
Yeah, not the
Nice.
easiest thing to defeat that boss without getting hit by the gunshots. We'll see how Timps does. So the gunshots are difficult to predict, and they can catch you out for a very small time loss. But so far, so good. And it looks like he's also had a very clean boss fight against Fang.
We're in Act 2. Raph not quite getting the jump up to the top, has to take the spring in the end. He's going to jump out of the pirouette, up here, hit the button, through into the next part of the stage. Needs to be careful now that he doesn't fall back down into this section. Can happen if you don't get a clean jump across the next bit. Going to head up, opting not to grab the fire shield just yet. Is looking to land on that platform. This was a fairly recent addition to the strats. Land on that platform and get the bounce up instead, straight into a flame dash into the pirouette, across that gap. That's the dangerous one you need to be careful of. Knows his cycles, doesn't lose his fire shield. Under, grab the speed shoes, now up to the top section. Makes it across very nicely, straight down into the tube. Oh, this is absolutely beautiful to see here from Rafalmir.
Yeah, he'll just want to avoid this final spike cycle. Nice, waits for it and is able to see the ball actually swinging away, so no trouble there.
Tim's just having a few issues here on the springs, but lands it up against the top. Spin dashes into the pirouette. Oh, unfortunately falls down. That is the gap you need to be careful of, because now he's got to go back. He needs to come back up to the top, and he's all the way back in this section. So this is just costing the best part of 30 or so seconds, give or take. Maybe a bit more.
Yes, Rafalmir having a very clean Rusty Ruin Act 2. And carrying the fire shield as well onto Spring Stadium. So it's in his interest to carry the fire shield as far as he can. Okay,
Yeah.
just picking up the invincibility there and going into this interior section.
Making good use of that fire shield with the invincibility to keep his speed up through these little platforming sections with all the spikes. Taking the top route here.
Dodging the bonus ring like a pro. You really don't want to go into the special stage. It's like a minute time loss. It's terrible.
Yeah, and there's no easy way out of it. You just have to wait to fail the stage, unfortunately.
Yeah,
It's a bit... it's a bit of a recreation of the Sonic 2 special stages, the half pipes, with a little bit different physics. But yeah, no way out of them once you go into one. You just have to wait it out. Tim's having no issues there with the Rusty Ruin 2 boss, and Rafalmir already onto the Evil Tails doll section now.
Yeah, he's doing a strat to hold on to his fire shield here. So far, so good. And that's an excellent boss fight. Really strong start from Rafalmir. And his reward is having a fire shield in Spring Stadium 2. Now this offers the opportunity to take a Knuckles route, which is a lot quicker but also quite a huge risk. There are a few spike pits here that are inescapable if you do not have the fire shield. Yep, he's going for it. He's taking the Knuckles route, uses the fire shield to break that wall. And he just about makes it. Unfortunately, drops down to the lower level, but he's already made a fairly chunky time save with that Knuckles route, so he can complete the rest of the level now.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. As you say, Matuni, like losing that fire shield halfway through, you are effectively stuck. You cannot break some of the walls that you need to, as you're not Knuckles. So yeah, very, very important there for Rafalmir to make it through those blocks without losing it, which he did. He did so expertly. So just waiting now on his cycles to make sure he has no problems with the jump. Onto the new Barrel of Doom.
Unfortunately, Timp seems to have found the aforementioned special stage.
Oh no, Timps.
As Hud said, there's really nothing he can do. He just put the controller down and wait to fail the first round.
Fantastic average arms there for Rafalmir.
Yep,
118.
great mediocre arms.
Good old mediocre arm. He's trying his best. Needs to spend a little more time in the gym though.
Yeah, Raffelmir just showing off with the first half of the speedrun, or first part of it, onto Diamond Dust 1. Of course, he lost his fire shield somewhere along the way, so he won't be able to take some of the shortcuts in Diamond Dust 1. Coming up to the miracle jump here, let's see if he can get it. Gets one slope jump, gets two, almost makes it, but he has to take this lower path now. That's understandable, you'll see that often.
So getting that miracle jump there, Matuni, roughly how much time will our runners save if they manage to make that one?
Oh, let's see, we're talking 9 to 10 seconds, if the rest of the level is done cleanly, of course.
So yeah, it's definitely worth the runners going for it where...
And Tim's just finishing off Tails Doll there.
Yeah, more than a full act separating our two runners now as Timp's moving on to Spring Stadium 2. With Valmir coming up near the end of Diamond Dust 1. Going to be approaching the boss. Spin dashing to avoid the ice there. That would lose him his homing shield, his gold shield that he definitely wants to keep hold of.
Yeah, the homing shield enabling him to do a fairly easy boss stress as long as he can hold on to it. There's really no quicker way to kill this boss, Diamond Dust 1.
And perfect. Losing it at the end there, but it doesn't matter. He finishes off the boss, and that's a 144 for him. Tim's meanwhile, Spring Stadium 2. This is Rafalmir's least favourite level. Tim's meanwhile saying both his favourite and least favourite are Green Grove 1. And to be honest, I can kind of understand that.
Yep, just wanting to pick up those speed shoes there. So we're found with two options here. Here's where Diamond Dust 2 diverges. He's going for the top path, which is the Lightning Shield. Significantly slower on DD2, but offers the opportunity for a significantly faster Volcano Valley 1, but he's lost it anyway. So just figuring out the backup there for no Lightning Shield jump.
Tim's just having a few issues with the Ballad Zoom. Gets up on second try. Round the loop, and he's almost at the boss now.
Yep, Spring Stadium 2 boss, a little bit of RNG. He'll always open with this crushing move, which you can get 3 or 4 hits on. And he's doing it again. That's the perfect RNG, because that is the move where you can get the most hits. And he's doing it a third time, which is even better.
Sick.
Tips with good RNG on that boss and good execution.
You see both our runners finishing their respective Act 2, so an entire level now separating them. Rafalmir is going to head off now to Volcano Valley Act 1. Timps, meanwhile, is going to start off Diamond Dust Act 1. Rafalmir, without the benefit of the Lightning Shield from Diamond Dust, means that he now will need to grab the Fire Shield and take the kind of traditional route, I suppose, that we've seen our runners take thus far. Tim's not attempting the Miracle Jump, just going to head through the level as normal.
Yes, the Lightning Shield on Volcano Valley 1 does save a decent chunk of time. I think it's around 20-25 seconds. And of course, you need to bring it from Diamond Dust.
Okay, so Rafalmir almost at the boss now, just needs to keep hold of this Fire Shield for a little bit longer. And then we'll see his attempt at doing the VV1 auto-scroller skip. We did see Shaw after unfortunately taking the death the first time, but getting it the second time. Rafalme opting once again not to take the checkpoint. So this will give him the option of going for this again should anything go wrong or should he take an accidental death. But we should see him fire dash into the cubbyhole on the left that he came in through. Just like that. Line Sonic up, tap left, and up he goes. Now he's going to be looking for a visual cue here, the spring that's coming out. He would have tapped right to turn around. Oh, I think he actually... Yeah, he got the spring. He unfortunately landed on the spring.
Yeah, he got a half zip. It's not as much time save as the full zip.
No, it's still some decent time save. So the lava auto-scrolling here scrolls faster the higher up you go, the faster you go up. It kind of scrolls with the screen. So it is beneficial to try and outrun it. So you can see here, outrun it there, and oh, it's already at the bottom. And now using the damage boost method here on Metal Knuckles.
And Tim's just coming into Diamond Dust Act 2. But Rafalme keeping that commanding one zone lead for the most part. Looks like Timps is opting for the bottom route, so he's going to go through the ice throwers. Gets frozen there. That's more or less intentional. He's going to try and get a special bounce off the spring here, if he can.
Not far enough left, it seems.
No.
So it's very, very tight. If you can get a bounce off the furthest left edge of that spring and hold right, you can actually make it just to the path above where he previously landed to take the second spring, which just skips a whole section, basically brings you right here where he is now. So it can save you between 5 and 10 seconds, give or take. Very, very hard to do, but definitely beneficial if you're taking that route. Rafalme, meanwhile, in the blink of an eye, getting both of these zips and is already at the Volcano Valley 2 boss with his fire shield. So he can't actually take a death here, he can only time over. Just needs to wait for the individual parts here to light up, and then he can go for the attack.
Yes, a lot of time can be gained and lost based on how quickly you get the second zip in particular on Volcano Valley 2. The first zip, of course, having a consistent setup.
Him starting off Volcano Valley 1 wants to head down to this section, grabs the spring.
That's a 1 minute 30, which is a really good time from Rafalme, Volcano Valley Act 2. Tim's just finding his fire shield.
There it is, hiding away in the little cubby hole.
Yeah, we'll need the fire shield just to break through these breakable walls here. I believe that's a Knuckles path. And skips a small chunk of the level. And also, of course, the fire shield, essential for the boss skip, or skipping the lava climb before the boss.
Rafalme making his way through Giga 1, taking the typical route. This is pretty much the only route that you will see runners take. So out of this elevator, up and over the top of it, and the next one he's going to hold left to go through the left-hand tube here. And
Yeah,
he's
shortly,
jump over this one. Sorry,
shortly
Jim,
coming up to the gauntlet that is the Gene Gadget 1 boss. So let's hope for good RNG in terms of which Metal Sonics appear. Oh, Tim's almost getting crushed there. Not quite making that half pipe on the first attempt with the lava climbing dangerously.
Yeah, some of these rocks can have some questionable kind of physics on them. I know on more than one occasion where I've flame dashed and kind of caught the ceiling and caught like a mini slope on a rock almost. It's just throwing me back in the same direction. The Sonic Worlds engine that this is built in, definitely having, you know, a couple of issues around collision. No fault, obviously, of the developer, just the nature of the engine and these particular objects. So, Raph, meanwhile, having had Metal Sonic from Sonic CD, now has Silver Mark II to contend with. One of Raph's favourites, actually, so he was telling me the other day. Doesn't mind Silver Mark II whatsoever. I'll be honest, not my cup of tea.
Yeah, not the two you want to see most of the time, but he's dealt with them pretty well. He's on to Silver Sonic from Sonic 2 now, which is one of the easier ones. He finishes with a 2:21. It's an excellent time for Gene Gadget 1.
Yeah, fantastic time. And through onto Giga 2 now. As Timps is now onto Volcano Valley Act 2. Let's see whether or not Timps is going to go for both of these zips.
I believe that was a 2:26 actually. Sorry, Huds.
Oh, that's okay. So it's going to go for the 2-tap method on the spin dash. Ooh, just needs to be careful. Gets the first zip. Lovely little line up there. Let's see how he gets from the second one. And gets the second try. Very nice.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Ooh, loses his fire shield though to the Jimmy. Jimmy having a bit of a glow up in this particular stage, wearing some armor now. So he's got plenty of rings, but it does make this a lot harder. Will now need to make sure he avoids the flames. If he does get hit by them, he's going to need to collect the rings. But yeah, this is going to make this one very tricky for him.
Yeah, he's trying to do a shieldless strat where he basically covers all 4 of the possible weak points in a single movement. I believe it was Argick who first used this method. Just waiting for the fire to get close enough, and then makes his move to cover all 4 weak points. And whichever one becomes vulnerable, as long as he's timed it right, he will hit it.
Valmir getting 4 quick hits on the Giga 2 boss. Timing is jumped to perfection to actually phase through. The boss isn't actually active, he has no hitbox until all 4 missiles are loaded in. So literally just jumping straight up through the middle of him, timing it perfectly for when those missiles would then be there. 4 hits at the beginning, no problem, and then finishing him off on the left side, making use of that lightning shield, and carries it through now to Panic Puppet Act 1. Valmir on a real decent run right now.
Yeah, Gene Gadget 2 boss, one of the tougher bosses in the game. It's very easy to take a death there, so well played with Valmir. And he's carried the lightning shield into Panic Puppet 1. This allows him to do a little bit of trickery, a few skips. It will save a couple of seconds off the beginning. Of course, you don't have to get the backup lightning shield that's in this level.
Yeah, definitely saves a little bit of time, that's for sure. You can see Tim's now working through Giga 1, grabbing the fire shield, getting an awfully high bounce off of that one.
Yeah, Baphomet once again opting for the low route over the conveyor belt, using the peel out to outrun it. And Tim's just coming up to everyone's favourite Gene Gadget 1 boss.
Okay, what 3 is Timps gonna get? Place your bets in chat. Which 3 do you think? We're starting off Silver.
It's alright, he'll just want to set up the same bounce strat that he uses in Greengrove 1. Having a bit of trouble getting consistent hits going, but he finishes it in the end. Next up is Mecha. So far so good in terms of the bosses. Rafflemere just making sure that Tails catches him to avoid losing precious seconds. Using Tails there to get the hits on that boss.
Yeah, it is actually possible to get more than 2 hits each time on this first part. Very, very tight timing. Requires a combination of good jumps and use the lightning shield. But yeah, once again, using Tails to get those hits down the bottom. Nice and easy. Now let's see how he gets on with this second phase. Oh, quite landing back on Tails. Nearly losing the shield there. Playing very dangerously with Almir.
Oh, just about jumps over the missiles as Robotnik fired them off there and getting the extra hit. Okay, he's going for the triple hit with the lightning shield. Gets it beautifully. We want to see the laser now. And he gets it. So he'll be using the lightning shield to jump off screen and get the final bounces. As Robotnik helplessly hides in the corner.
Sub 3 minute Panic Puppet 1 with boss. So if he's quick enough, it looks like this will probably be 3 minutes dead by the time he actually hits the capsule. There it is.
Yeah, very clean run from Rafflemere. I don't think he's lost a life yet, which is a feat in this game.
Yeah, absolutely one of the biggest challenges. There's no doubt about it.
Looks like Timps has lost his lightning shield, so we're going to see him take a few detours here in Gene Gadget 2, just picking up, hitting a few switches. Looks like he's taken the wrong tube there. He needs to go. He needs to go down first through the branching tubes. Now he needs to go up and hit that button.
There we go.
And there's one more switch he'll need to hit. It's hiding under a ring box. There it is. Rafflemere just coming up to the big skip in this level and gets it no problem. Looks like he's going to get the first cycle. No, he just misses the earliest possible cycle of these moving platforms. Still a really solid run.
It was just missing out on a hit there. Was playing very dangerously early on. Nearly had one of those spike sets land on him, which would have crushed Sonic. It would have been instant death. But that's all 8 hits, so makes his way out of Gaga. And he will move on to Panic Puppet 1, while Rafflemere continues through Panic Puppet 2.
Yeah, well managed from Timps there. It's always tricky killing that boss at the end when he's over a death pit. You really need to know how many hits left so you don't go flying into the death pit.
Yeah, this is a really solid run by Rafflemere. I don't think it's quite going to be PB, but he's very, very close to it at the moment.
Yeah, looks like it could be a 29, which is a record so far in this tournament. It's going to be difficult to beat.
Very difficult, on top form. Final phase of the boss. Tim's not quite getting the jump strat there over these conveyors, so has to opt for the peel out instead. And that is going to be GG's to Rafalmir, the first sub 30 of the tournament. It's a 29-30.
Yes, well done to Rafalmir.
So Rafalmir will advance on to round 2 to the best of 3 stage, and will be going up against the winner of Popo and Jim SR, which we will see a little bit later on today. But for now, we will continue to follow Timps as he works his way through Panic Puppet Act 1.
Yeah, it looks like Tim's lost his lightning shield. He's taking a backup route at the moment.
Ooh, needs to be very careful with his rank count.
Yeah, just picking up the Robotnik box. I may not be familiar with this route. It's hard to say.
So it looks like he's going for the backup elevator here, yep. Yeah, if memory serves me correctly, he should almost be at the final boss now, or at the boss arena. Need to come up the top here, over to the right, mind the mines, head on over to the left, and then last elevator, and now we have Timps on the Panic Puppet 1 boss as well.
Yep, he'll be facing the boss without the lightning shield, so he'll have to play it a little bit more safe. Unable to get those extra hits.
Okay, so looking for 8 hits on the first part of this boss here. If you've just joined us, this is a 2-parter boss in Panic Puppet 1. This first one, he will stick out 3 green prongs that will send out a lightning attack. On the opposite side to them will be this red one, and Sonic can hit that one to inflict damage. And now the second part, probably the toughest boss in the entire game, certainly when learning it. 8 hits on this one. It's a weird combination of Mystic Cave and what's the one I'm looking for? Marble Garden Act 2 bosses. But he definitely comes at you with some speed with these drills. He can also shoot them off like you've just seen. He also has a laser attack as well that you can attack from above. Speaking of said laser.
Yeah, unfortunate there. This boss can really mess you around if you don't have a lightning shield. It looks like he may be wrapping this up shortly. Oh no, Robotnik's gone back up high. You ideally want to keep him low. So Timps is just waiting for an opportunity now. There's not a lot he can do while Robotnik is high up. Okay, hopefully he gets the drills and
there it is.
Robotnik can leave him alone.
I can honestly tell you, just getting through that boss first try without taking a death is an achievement in itself. It really is. Yeah, the runners, fingers crossed, won't have any problems with it today. They will make it look easy. I promise you, it's not easy. Yep, and as Joey's saying, the reference for that boss from Marble Garden and Mystic Cave bosses, however, the laser, as we all know, clearly a reference to Mario Party 2's Bowser laser in the Space Land board. A nice Asota to take inspiration from other game franchises. Yeah, Tim's now coming on to Panic Puppet 2. This is still, so far, a really good time, and could actually still be the second fastest time of the tournament, depending on how it goes here. Shows you some of the variance in the time depending on the strats that our runners have been able to learn, the routes they're able to take, what their RNG is, and generally how they're able to cope with some of these trickier levels. Let's see how Timps gets on. Will he be going for the skip across the water?
Yeah, he's taking it slow. Goes for a peel out method and gets it well enough.
Yeah,
Discards his fire shield.
In a race environment, sometimes it is better to lose the couple of seconds in order to actually guarantee you, or as near as possible guarantee you, something like that.
Oh, yes. Yes, no matter which way you take it, falling into the water would be a time loss. Just being careful not to get crushed by the cog there. And coming onto the final section of the level. High-fiving that Badnik as he makes it through another run, close to PB pace.
About high-fiving a Badnik. First of 3 parts of this boss. This final boss on Panic Puppet recreated very faithfully by Sota here. The first part with the arms that will try and crush Sonic, the spike arms, needs to hit the blue orbs on either side. 4 hits on each does so. The second part here, we have the flame arms. So each of these arms will send out a flame that will track Sonic and follow him, so just needs to be aware of it. Ooh! Losing the ring, but it's come back in the other side. Unfortunately, it has now disappeared.
Oh,
Timps. This is the
unfortunate.
Definitely one of the harder sections to do ringless. You pretty much, where possible, need to prioritize rings over anything during some of these bosses. This one specifically. And yeah, that flame definitely chases you. And the blue orbs, because of the way that Sonic interacts with different objects in this game, it's not like some of the more traditional Sonic games. It can really throw Sonic back in all kinds of odd directions and a weird kind of with some very weird momentum that you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, unfortunate there with that death, just getting bounced down from the blue orb and into the fire. But that time he bounced on the weak point, which is much safer, keeps you out of the fire's range. And onto the final section, we'll see how successfully he is, depending on what method he has for timing the jumps. Whether it's an audio cue or a visual cue. And defeats the boss. That looks like a 3820X, 3823.
3823. Unfortunately, just 6 seconds shy of his PB. He was on
just missing out.
Really good PB pace up to them, but GG's to you, Timps. Well done for finishing the run and for still getting a very respectable time right on PB pace. There you go. There's the splits for you all to see. Look at that pace in the end game, and unfortunately, all lost there in Panic Puppet 2. So commiserations to Timps, he will be leaving the tournament. Rafalmir goes through to round 2 to those best of 3s. And don't go anywhere, we have more coming up for you. Coming up next, we have Cocoons versus myself, and joining you for commentary will be James Tiberius and Thrigo Tistical. Don't go anywhere.
Scatman's World. Scatman, fat man, black and white, brown man, tell me about the color of your soul. If part of your solution is an ending conclusion, then I don't want to hear your stories told. I want to welcome you to Scatman's World. Scatman, fat man, black and white, brown man, tell me about the color of your soul. If part of your solution is an ending conclusion, then I don't want to hear your stories told. I want to welcome you to Scatman's World. Big Conga!
Alright, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Sonic the Hedgehog 3D in 2D tournament, hosted by Zaxton and Friends, of course. Today, in this match, we have Kokens. He is primarily a Knuckles runner of classic Sonic games, and apparently his PP is very short and very good, proving to everyone around the world that size does not matter. And on the right hand, we have Hood601, a well-respected Sonic 3 Air speedrunner. I'm joined here today by James Tiberius. Say hello, how you doing?
Hello, how are you doing? It's very good to be here. I'm very excited to see these runs. I think we've got two people of pretty solid skill level, and this could go either way. Very exciting to see.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. It appears as though we're just waiting for our runners to head off, but I think I'd probably be the same way. I wouldn't be able to predict who's going to be winning out of this one. Kokens, I believe, been around in the community slightly longer, but Hood's obviously having the advantage. On the Sonic side of things, Koken's primarily a Knuckles runner.
I'm not used to those larger jumps that you get in Sonic, but I think there's going to be many and intricate problems when running this game when compared to older Sonic games. Certainly, the impression I get is that a lot of the skills that we've once had, you can't really put them over very easily. Stoto's done a fantastic job in making this feel quite a unique 2D Sonic game.
Yeah, very, very good job done by Soto, because this is definitely, at least from what I've played, quite different from that of your standard S3K or Sonic 2 or even Sonic 3 Air experience. Obviously, with the bosses that are a lot more challenging, the intricate level design, and it's a very well developed game. So shout outs to Soto, who we will be receiving an interview from straight after this match, but it looks like we're going to be getting into things. Koken's just setting off now. Looks like we're going to be syncing up the timers and both going into Green Grove Act 1.
Go. Yes, I'm very excited for that interview with Soto. Like you say, I think he's done a fantastic job of making this a really interesting game to run and to speedrun. I apologize in advance if any news comes out that I described him as possibly having a spring fetish in one of my streams. Definitely does some interesting things with springs in this game.
I like it. But yeah, Green Grove 1, very simplistic and short, snappy stage to start off, at least from a speedrunner's perspective. And one thing to note for those of you who didn't hear already, when this tournament was announced, there was no speedruns on speedrun.com of this game. And the runners had to sort of work it out for themselves, which is something definitely not used to, obviously, since in most of these tournaments there's already pre-prepared routes from previous runners. But in this one it was a little bit different, so I think it's amazing to see how the runners have routed it for themselves and ended up getting really good times in this game.
Absolutely. In particular, something that you highlighted earlier, actually, I would say that boss strats were one of the really, really interesting things to watch the development of, as opposed to a significant amount of classic Sonic, where bosses are kind of gimmies with notable exceptions like Red Eye. This game is very different. This game has bosses that will punish you, both in casual play and in speedruns. I can speak definitely to casual play, given the fact that I did not complete my run of this game.
Yeah, nor did I. I'll be honest, I think I made it to Spring Stadium 1 before giving up on that stupid Tails doll boss. But going back to the game briefly, it looks like Kokens has taken the early lead after Hood's having a bit of a mishap with Greengrove 1's boss. But looks like he'll be catching up, hopefully, and relatively quickly, making good work of Greengrove 2 alongside Kokens, who is now just finishing off the Greengrove 2 boss.
Yes, I do think that a significant shout out needs to be given to the fact that all of the Act 2 bosses are directly ported, if you will, from Sonic 3D. They are exactly the same formats, if you will. In this case, Greengrove 2 dropping the giant bouncing ball and then coming down to pick it back up again. Every single boss has been translated into 2D in a really fascinating way.
Yeah, it's been done really well, so once again, shout outs to Soto, who we will be receiving an interview from very shortly. Kokens, moving into Rusty Ruin 1 now, and this is one of the stages that, at least casually, I know a lot of other people had difficulty with Rusty Ruin 1 and 2, because it's a very technical stage. There are many, many different path options, and you can get lost quite easily if you don't know where you're going, so this one must have been quite difficult to have been able to route, so good job to the runners.
Very true. Maze-like is absolutely the word that I would use for these. Very clever use of the mechanics, though, with the what do we call it, ballerina mode spinners to get through all of that, and it looks like a really solid level for Kokens there, getting faked out by the surprise mini boss.
Personally, I just call it the spinny spin.
The spinny spin.
The
Honestly,
spinny spin.
Yep, can't argue with that.
And Kokens dealing with the invisible boss once again. Thing to note, that is not a bug with the game, rather just an effect that appears as a 60 FPS game is being captured in 30 FPS. So nothing to worry about there. Kokens finishing off Act 1 just as Hoods is getting into the Act 1 boss now.
Danon in chat describing it as Spinderella, which risks me going off into a tangent into the greatest Mega Drive game of all time, Dynamite Heady, which has a boss by that name. But nonetheless, another good term for it. So Rusty Ruin 2 coming up now. This was a stage which utterly stumped me on my first attempt through. Incredibly intricate directions. You need to travel your way up and down through the stage, bounce off springs while in ballerina mode. Really, really intricate stage. Looking forward to seeing how Kokens tackles this.
No, yeah, 100%. And one of the things that, one of the strats rather, that I like about this stage, we hopefully will see coming up in a minute, where Kokens gets that bounce off the fire shield. And not only is that fire shield gonna give an advantage in terms of playing the level quickly, but it's also a very small time save as compared to taking the normal spring route, I suppose. And now grabbing that pair of speed shoes, Kokens is going to want to keep this for as long as possible, so he can grab the spinny spin mode. I'm going with it, and hopefully be able to just skip taking the springs. Very well done.
Indeed, indeed. And I think that shield management throughout the game is actually going to be a real big differentiator when we see multiple different routes and holding shields between levels, etc. It can radically change the game itself. So it'll be very interesting to see who keeps theirs and who, in the case of HUDs, does not.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that unfortunately it looked like HUD's lost his fire shield being a bit too preemptive on that swinging spike there.
A very strong time by Kokens there. This has been an incredibly impressive start to the run.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he can keep it up. It could go either way at any point during this. Like I said before, this is not an easy game. Bosses can give you a bad time, and lots of time can be lost at any point. So HUD's still well within a chance here.
Yeah. Very true. HUD's just finishing off the Rusty Ruin Act 2 boss now, reminiscent of a boss he knows all too well, the Sandopolis Act 2 boss from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Finishing off Act 2 with a very respectable 129. Meanwhile, Kokens in Spring Stadium 1, trying his best to get through the stage, but as we have seen, there are a lot of things that can cause crushes and unfortunate behaviour within the level design, but looks like Kokens got very, very lucky there.
Yep, my heart was in my mouth right there. That was much closer than we would like to see. We're coming up on a really intricate and interesting boss here, Tails Doll. Fantastic reference to start with, but a boss that we've learned can be manipulated carefully with Sonic's position on screen. So we'll see how well Kokens manages to get it into a loop of actually being able to be hit.
Yeah. See how the second half of this boss goes, this being the more difficult half. Not sure how things are going at the moment. Doesn't look like they're going terribly, but at the same time, possibly not the best. Looks like getting sort of pattern here. Looks like
losing the shield and getting knocked out of it. Still getting a decent number of hits. There we go. Yeah, get it in the end. Maybe not a perfect boss, but an acceptable one, I would say.
And Tej, thank you very much for the $5 donation there. Once again, all of the donations towards the go towards the prize pool, which will be split 75 to 25 in the ratio of the first and second place runners. So once again, all contributions are welcomed and greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. So HUD's just dealing with Tails Doll now, looking like there's a slight different strategy, but currently, I was going to say it's going well, commentator's curse. Locking it into the... we have so many different spinny type things, I have no idea what to call it, but that shuriken across the screen type attack, which is much slower than the other.
The, trying too hard to be the, what is it, the Heavy Ninja from the Sonic Mania? I forget the canonical name, but...
yeah, I know the one you mean. I'm pretty bad with the official names myself, but...
yeah, you know the one I'm on about.
Absolutely. So Kokens screaming through Spring Stadium Act 2 here. Where do you stand, by the way, on soundtrack choices? Are you Saturn or Mega Drive, or Genesis, whatever you want to call it for this game?
I like a couple of the Saturn tracks, but personally I'm a Mega Drive / Genesis person for the soundtrack.
I couldn't agree more. Saturn's fine, don't get me wrong, absolutely fine, but I think Sonic 3D actually has one of the most underrated soundtracks of any classic Sonic.
I can agree there.
Yeah, Diamond Dust, Volcanic Valley 1. There's just it's so good.
Yeah, it's very good. Kokens looks like he's struggling a little bit with this section. Hopefully, third tries the charm.
Seems to be taking it a little bit slower and safer, but getting there on this occasion. Maybe not trying to speak too soon, but yeah, there we go, up to the top route here. Giving HUDs a chance to catch up a little bit.
I believe at the start of this act, Kokens was about 45 seconds ahead, but not much can be said now. It sort of depends on how the rest of this stage goes for HUDs.
Absolutely, and 45 seconds is nothing in this game. That's a single boss death would more than cover that. HUD's getting a fantastic little bounce there to get up to the... Nice. Very nearly missed, but saved it and gets up first try, so saved a good few seconds over Kokens right there.
almost commentator's curse, I'll call that one, but it looks like Kokens is done with arms. Once again, we don't know if they're big, we don't know if they're small. We know that they're dislocated, so we're just going to call them arms. Arms the boss.
Just arms. Yeah, you're making use of the invincibility shield here to get lots of hits in as early as possible, and the quick kill on the boss. Fantastic. So, seems to be about 20 seconds in it now. Everything to play for. Koken's now in what I would call, I would argue, is probably the single smoothest level in the game. Diamond Dust 1 just looks delightful to run.
That jump there from Koken, that's saves about 8 seconds, and it's very difficult to get, so that was very nice from Koken.
It is just lovely to watch a speedrun at this level. It looks so good.
Very nice indeed. So yeah, it looks like there is about a 35-second difference, I would like to say, meaning that Hood saved about 10 seconds over Koken's, possibly a little bit more during that Spring Stadium 2.
Yep, agreed. Koken's just getting through this little that little climb section seems to be the easiest place to slow down, and is choosing to pick up the homing shield. So we'll see how long that lasts for. I know it makes the boss significantly quicker and easier when done optimally here.
Indeed, the homing shield proving to be very, very useful getting through the stage, as the climbing sections are made a lot easier by being able to lock on to the badniks as well as the springs. Also making this boss a breeze, which is very, very useful for Koken. He's going to be finishing
turns it from
this...
trivial with the shield to a nightmare without. So
yeah, 100%. Finishing with a very, very good 136, including that jump at the start. That is a phenomenal time.
Yep, absolutely. We'll see what Huds can provide on the to keep up. But now moving into Diamond Dust Act 2, keeping mostly with the theme of Diamond Dust of being a very smooth level with lots of opportunity to build up speed, but has a few more traps, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. I'm seeing in chat now, Tej making coffee orders. Cowboy Knuckles, if you're there, could you get me a large latte, 3 sugars? That's great, thank you.
I don't really like normal coffee, so I'll go for a caramel macchiato myself.
Very nice. Good choice, good choice.
Basically.
Hood's also finishing Diamond Dust 1 with a very respectable sub 2 minute time. I believe that's going to be a 1:59.
Yep, very solid indeed. Just goes to show how good Koken's run of that level was.
Yeah. One of the top times that we've seen so far during this tournament. Yeah, it looks like there's nearly an act difference between the two of them there.
Yep, and Koken's making great use of the lightning shield for the start of this boss, allowing a few extra hits and just speeding up the entire process. This boss can get a little bit... It can clog the screen up a little bit, and sometimes the jumps, if you're not perfect with your insta-shielding, can't quite get a hit in, so that lightning shield really saves some time.
Yeah, 100%. Hood's looking like he's struggling a tiny bit with Diamond Dust Act 2, but looks like hopefully he'll be getting back on track soon.
Yeah, those... Oof, yeah, missing a little jump there, but those ice blowers, whatever you want to call them, proving to be a significant issue right now for Huds.
Definitely. This is particularly unfortunate for Huds, but looks like hopefully he's made it onto the route that he wants to be on. It looks as though he has done. Koken's meanwhile making his way into Volcano Valley Act 1.
Lava and elevator land. Volcano Valley is an interesting one. When there are lots of areas to stop your momentum completely, and I think it's all about management of that, trying not to take hits from the lava, as I say, just as Koken's manages to do so, and get through all of the elevator sections with as minimal disruption as possible. It's not really a momentum-based level in the same way. Koken's clipping through the gap on the second try there, so that was a nice little time save.
It's a very clean hit there from Koken's. Hoods, meanwhile, just finishing off the Diamond Dust Act 2 boss. Now looks like he struggled quite a bit with Diamond Dust Act 2, but hopefully getting back on track, and hopefully we will see a slightly cleaner Volcano Valley Act 1.
Yeah, everything can still be in the air based on, you know, Giga 1 boss choice, for instance. So there's lots of things that can change. So the interesting thing that I'm waiting to see is if anyone's going to be going for the screen wrap and clip for the Act 1 Volcano Valley boss. I can see that Kokens isn't here, which is perfectly reasonable. I understand it's not the easiest trick to do.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure of the risks that come with it, but I know that it's definitely not a simple one to pull off. So just going to be taking the auto-scroller as fast as possible while doing it normally.
The lava climb here obviously being a little bit of a reference in some ways, I would say, to the Labyrinth boss in Sonic 1. But with the addition of Mecha... No, is it Mecha or Metal Knuckles? I'm not actually sure.
I would probably go with Metal. Because I believe Mecha's the more, I suppose, larger and spikier form of the metal bosses.
Yeah, I think you might be right. But it's quite a simple manipulation for Metal Knuckles here. Get a couple of hits in the air, jump over the fire as it comes down, and a third hit, Purge cycle, which means it should be, there we go, Koken's getting through in about 2.5 minutes there, so not a bad level at all.
Yeah, Koken's with a very respectable lead at this point, obviously. Unfortunate events in the terms of what happened for Hoods during Diamond Dust Act 2, but it's given Koken's the advantage as he goes into Volcano Valley Act 2. Meanwhile, Hood's just starting off the auto-scroller. We'll see if he goes for the skip. It looks like he is.
He's going for it. Looks good so far. Without the sound, I can't really tell how many hits he's getting off screen here. Whether he is
like
or not.
He's managed to avoid the screen, which leads for a full auto-scroller skip, I'm pretty sure, so that's going to be time saved.
Yeah, there we go. That was fantastic. Really, really good showcase from Hoods there, getting that skip in pretty excellent time as well.
Yeah, very good.
Just what he needs to catch up.
The Metal Knuckles boss now. Meanwhile, Kokens looks like he's already on the Volcano Valley Act 2 boss, which is incredibly fast-paced from Kokens.
Yeah, Volcano Valley 2 is not the longest of levels when it goes correctly. The boss itself can be a little bit problematic just in terms of randomness, but Koken's having the fire shield, which is by far the most important part to making it work.
Yeah, definitely. And fire shield obviously very necessary and important during this boss, because without it, not only does it make the boss ridiculously difficult, but it also increases the chance of dying from falling into either one of those two lava pits there. And a very nice zip from Hoods there, starting off.
First try, very quick and smooth. Nice to see everyone working out how to get all of these clips as easily as possible. Taking a few tries on this second one. There we go. We'll probably make it into the boss at about 35, 36. Not too bad at all. Hud's really showing that he's not out for the count at all yet, putting on a very good showcase of this level.
Yeah, certainly a very respectable Volcano Valley Act 2, and he's definitely gaining time on Kokens, who, although doing well, appears not to be outrunning Hoods anymore. Obviously, Kokens not taking the Volcano Valley Act 1 auto-scroller skip, and Hoods managing to get it fully, which is, significant time save over Kokens' route.
I think it actually highlights something that you were mentioning earlier, which is that the amount of work that Hoods has been putting in recently has given him a level of consistency in some of these hard tricks that maybe some of the other runners don't feel like they have. They're feeling like they need to be a little bit safer, whereas Hoods is saying, hey, yeah, I've practiced this, I've streamed this morning, let's go.
Yeah, I can 100% account to that and testify to that, I suppose. I definitely agree that Hoods, while he may not be in the top seeds, he is definitely one of the more consistent players in the fact that, if he has the game, then he will stay dedicated to it and he will grind it and he will do what is necessary to learn all the routes and all the skips and like you say, he was just practicing it this morning, which gives him an extra edge, I suppose, on top of that.
Indeed. Koken's about to get into the Gene Gadget 1 boss, which is somewhat notorious. There's random elements in which of these mini-bosses are fought, and yeah, some particular pairings can go kind of badly.
Yeah, definitely. As Teach mentioned in the chat earlier, the RNG in the Gene Gadget 1 boss could possibly order for a significant lead change and/or, you know, much time saved for Hoods, time lost for Hoods, time lost for Kokens. You know, we could see anything, and it looks like Koken's not having the best luck so far, getting a Metal Sonic on his first try.
Metal Sonic is a nightmare in this fight, and then getting... What do we call Mini Silver Sonic? Is it just Mini Silver Sonic or something?
I would go with Mini Silver Sonic. I believe it's the Silver Sonic from the... is it the Game Gear SMS version? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. Mini Silver Sonic sounds pretty good, and then we've got Silver Sonic or Metal Sonic Mark II.
I would say that this is probably one of the worst patterns of bosses actually you can get. Both Mecha Sonic and Silver Sonic, the two that are remaining in the chamber, have much more predictable patterns to get multiple hits quickly.
Yeah.
And Koken's really struggling here. Seems to have got locked into a bit of a loop. There we go, finally picking it up at the end.
Meanwhile, Hoods looks like he's getting very, very good RNG so far, getting a Silver Sonic from Sonic 2 and getting the Game Gear / Sega Master System Silver Sonic.
And retaining his fire shield while... Oh, I stabbed... Okay, commentator's curse once again. I really should know better by this point.
Hood's also getting Mecha Sonic from Sonic 3 Knuckles, a boss that he is very familiar with, meaning that this is going to impact significantly. It's going to impact the race significantly, excuse me, and time save for Hoods is what I'm trying to emphasize here. This is significant time save over what Koken's had for his boss selection. Hood's finishing off now with a 222.
Yep, Metal Sonic falls, so that's a good, I think, what was it, 246 that Koken's got there or something? So a good 20 seconds or more saved.
At least, yeah.
Though, shout-outs to Koken's dealing with that boss pattern. That's, like I say, a horrible, horrible combination of bosses, and managing to make it through in the end, I think, was very impressive.
Yeah, definitely. That was possibly one of the worst, if not the worst boss pattern that I've seen so far, and that was really difficult to deal with there, but Koken's did his best, and despite the difficulties managed to get through it a lot quicker than I know, you know, other runners may have been able to.
The next big sticking point here, as Koken's gets into the Gene Gadget 2 boss. I think most of this boss is pretty straightforward, particularly when you have the lightning shield. The only thing you have to watch out for is I know that one or two people have managed to kind of glitch it into the wall. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen for anybody here.
That was a very quick boss from Koken.
Very strong boss from Koken's, yes. 126, that's a fantastic time.
That's a very good time there from Koken, finishing off Gene Gadget Act 2 and going into Panic Puppet, which I know Koken struggled with during his initial learning of the game, and it's definitely one of the more maze-like stages, and I know a lot of people were a little confused in terms of routing, but I believe now it's not too bad, and I believe it's one of the, from at least a viewer's standpoint, one of the better stages to watch. It's very satisfying when it goes well.
I agree. It's a lot of use of things like Lightning Shield and Spin Dash jumping to get over the conveyor belts, which are theoretically blocking your progress until you find certain switches. It makes it look very, very good indeed. Though I think the boss is going to be an interesting one to see. Panic Puppet 1 boss is where my run ended when I tried playing this game. I game overed and continued on this one about 3 times before I gave up. This is an actually shockingly difficult Act 1 boss. Sure, once you've learned the speedrun tactics, you know, you can get used to the patterns and everything, but it doesn't give you complete free reign.
Not at all. I'd probably say that the Panic Puppet 1 boss is probably the most difficult boss in terms of both a casual and speedrunning perspective in the game, possibly. I'd probably say either that or a second to Gene Gadget 1. I'd say that they're both relatively parallel in terms of their difficulty and being absurdly difficult at times and not so difficult at other times.
Yeah, definitely the top two, I would say. There's no question there. But it looks like HUD's had a slightly worse Panic Puppet 2, meaning that the gap has again lengthened a little bit. We're talking a little bit over a minute at the moment. So HUD's still putting up a fantastic showing. And the last couple of stages and bosses can still make a difference, but at this stage I would say that it's looking like it's Koken's race to lose.
Yeah, 100%. It's Koken's looking to be about a minute and 17 ahead at the moment, meaning that he has the significant lead advantage. However, you know, anything could happen. Koken's going into the Panic Puppet Act 1 boss now.
Very importantly with the shield, one of the things that really frustrated me about this boss is that due to the nature of being carried by tails, if you take one hit, your rings are gone. You have no chance of picking up any others whatsoever. So that shield providing an all-important second hit.
Yeah, 100%, and it looks like not the best start, but Koken's knowing where that cannon's going to come out of, knowing where to get the hits.
Yeah, managing your bouncers off the weak point and trying to be caught again by tails to get double hits is really the name of the game when it comes to this one. You can see Koken's there having to take it safe and miss a cycle. I did actually still get one hit on the cycle, so not too bad at all there. But sometimes the angle which you can be thrown off when you hit the exhaust seems... I mean, you could see it right there on Koken's screen. That there was no predicting that. It was just wherever the boss feels like.
Yeah. Now going into the second phase of the Act 1 boss. Perhaps the harder part of the boss, based on how cycles can affect it. What you're looking for is the slower drill attacks, which means that Robotnik will rise up or rise down slower, meaning you can get in 2 or 3 hits at a time. Certain patterns. Ooh!
Retaining the lightning shield for when he does the laser there is the biggest time save that you can do on this boss, and that was a fantastic second phase.
That was very nice from Koken's.
I believe the boss can't do that attack until it has already taken 4 hits, so you can be guaranteed that you've taken half its health, and then being able to get above it, well, you know the pattern. Yeah, absolutely astounding boss fight from Koken's there. Very, very impressive, and looking on really good pace. I'm looking at the timer overall now. I know that Koken's PB at this point is a 31 something. I'm wondering whether or not there's a chance for a PB here.
Yeah, there might be. Looks like, I can't entirely say, but based on HUD's appearing to be struggling slightly with Panic Puppet 1, it looks like it may be HUD's race to lose. It looks like there's not much he can do now, but then again, anything can happen. We'll just have to see how it goes. But as it stands, it appears that Koken's may be winning this one.
Absolutely. Taking the choice of the fire shield, which is going to help particularly with the these nuts and bolts, which obviously shout-outs from Metropolis Zone in Sonic 2. But being able to kind of max out that speed without needing to charge up a spin dash and being able to restart your momentum very quickly, important for this stage, so that getting that fire shield saves quite a lot of time.
One thing I must ask you, Mr. Tiberius, is why on earth would you shout out Metropolis Zone? What an awful stage. What an awful stage.
Awful stage, yes, but we can at least agree that it has pretty fantastic music, right?
Yeah, music's great. Music's nice and funky and fun, which is completely converse or inverse as to what you get.
What you actually experience. Yeah. I remember back in the days when I used to run that game much more regularly, was just as the Metro 3 skip was discovered, and let me tell you, there is few things more soul crushing than, you know, the 10th stage of the game or whatever you're playing, having the seemingly most random and most difficult of all of the glitches that can save a minute and a half.
Yeah, it's crazy, really. Looks like HUD's moving on to the second phase of the Act 1 boss now. Mentioning in chat that he has no idea what that route was. Once again, if you do make typos, if you are talking in chat and you do make typos, we will call you out on them, because we are those kind of people.
Nowhere is safe.
Nowhere is safe. Koken's heading into the final boss now, getting some very nice hits. Very nice hits.
Yeah, the timing to get the 3 bounces on these is really, really tight. Koken's has clearly practiced this quite significantly. I'm just double checking now what Koken's PB is, because I feel like this is going to be close.
Meanwhile, Hoods looks like he's struggling slightly with the Panic Puppet Act 1 boss, since he has both no rings and no lightning shield. This is going to be very awkward for Hoods, so...
Fingers crossed for him, because losing here is... it's not good at all, but it looks like we have a 31-51 for Koken's to beat, so this is going to be incredibly tight. This is an astounding run so far.
It looks like it could perhaps PB, like a 31 3x maybe, but it's going to be close. It depends how this goes. Hoods, meanwhile, finishing off the Panic Puppet 1 boss without any deaths.
Taking it down, yeah, absolutely fantastic. Managing to live through that.
And that, I believe, is a win from Koken's and possibly a new PB. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's...
I believe so. A PB by nearly 30 seconds, by all accounts. That's 20 to 30 seconds. What an astounding run.
Very, very nice. Solid effort from Koken's. Commiserations to Hoods. Chat, get your support out and cheer him on as he finishes off his run with the final stage. He's done a very solid job, all things considered, obviously in Panic Puppet 1, with the boss and as well as his routing, as well as the unfortunate events that occurred in Diamond Dust Act 2. He has done a magnificent job, so chat, get your support out for Hoods, and GG's out for Koken's.
Yeah, GG's to Koken's, and everyone send their energy to Hoods for a fantastic end of the run here. Still well within scope of having an extremely good run here. This could well be a low 35 or similar, which is, pretty fantastic. So,
yeah,
not too far off Hoods' PB. We'll have to wait and see if he's one of the people who will continue with this game afterwards, or will be putting it straight into the recycling bin.
Went a little too fast on that fire shield skip there, and unfortunately taking the underwater section, that's going to be a bit of time loss. However, it looks like he may know the backup. I
was thinking that as well. It looks like he seems pretty confident with the route here, so... And I've always said that in speedrunning, that's one of the most beneficial things that you can have, is a knowledge of the backups, though as I say that, he then falls back down into the water.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Hoods, but hopefully he'll be able to make himself back up onto the dry land, onto the top route. And it looks like he has done so. Gonna need a bit of a bigger jump there to be able to get himself up. I'm not entirely sure how the route leads out from here, but hopefully he'll be approaching the final boss soon.
I think I recognize this section now, yeah, so back onto the route. It might actually not even lose too much time, that. Obviously, it's not ideal. You move significantly slower in water. There's more risk, and it's not the optimal route. But I think Hoods is back on track here, and to the boss.
And a brief 69 rings there. Very nice from Hoods.
Cat goes wild.
Ooh, losing rings at the start of that boss. Hopefully, gonna collect a few of them. Just making sure that as long as you don't have 0 rings during this boss, as we saw with Shaw, if you have 0 rings on this boss, it can prove to be relatively lethal. So want to definitely play this one as safe as possible.
Indeed. Thankfully, this game is quite friendly, I would say, when it comes to the length of time that rings remain on the screen.
Definitely.
It looks like Ben in chat confirming that taking a swim can be kept down to about a 10 to 15 second time loss if you know the route. So maybe not quite as bad as it could be.
Going into the final phase of the boss with the spinny things that shoot things. That's what we're going to call them, because canonical names, official names, too much effort for me. So spinny things that shoot things, we'll go with it.
I think, confirm that with Sota in the developer interview, but also ignore what he says, because we're right.
Yes, indeed. And that's one of the arms defeated, just looking for a second arm to be defeated, and that's nearly time for Hoods. Just
Like
gonna
a
wait for the screen to fade.
35-19? 35-19. A fantastic showing, still very well within the scope of a good run for HUDs. And like we were saying, this game's incredibly difficult. I think
Yeah.
that was a great showing.
Yeah, it was very close to PB for HUDs. Unfortunately, Panic Puppet 1, as he's saying in chat, managed to kill it there. But once again, a incredibly solid effort from both runners. Looks like Kokens is... Okay, Kokens is doing something. But perhaps it's just the demo. I'm not entirely sure. But
Can we say then that that Kokens' short PP ruined it for HUDs?
yeah, perhaps Kokens' short PB did ruin it for HUDs, proving once again that size does not matter. But I believe that'll be all from us for now. We'll join you once again for some more commentary later on in the tournament. But yeah, thanks for having us, and I'll see you all very soon. Enjoy the rest of the tournament, my friends.
Lots of great runs to come. Looking forward to sticking around and watching them with you all.
only a small percentage of people that watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you end up enjoying this video, consider subscribing. It's free. You can always change your mind. I didn't ask the chat. I did not. I was already down a heart. I didn't. I didn't ask the chat. I did not. I was already down a heart. I didn't.
Don't look back, don't hesitate. When you go big time, what you want, what you feel, never quit and make it real. When you're all big time, listen to your heart now. Don't you feel the rush? Better take a shot now. Don't shake it up, what you gotta lose. Go and make it look good like you choose. If you want it all, lay it on the line. It's the only life you got, so you gotta live it big time. Don't shake it up, what you gotta lose. Go and make it look good like you choose. If you want it all, lay it on the line. It's the only life you got, so you gotta live it big time. Wrap it up, get in gear, go, make it clear. Gotta go big time. Make it work, get it right, drink up the overnight. Gotta drink big time. Give it all you got now. Isn't it a rush? Finish what you start now. Next to me, the light's shining now. It's brighter somehow. Let go now. Nothing's really as it seems. Nothing but a can you feel you and I? Gonna make a brand new sound like the old is down. We can die. Now we walk around and never down. Welcome to the big time. All the pretty people see you walking in the sunshine. Welcome to the good times. Life will never be the same. Go shake it up, what you gotta lose. Go and make your love with the light you choose.
Hey, hello everybody. Welcome to a wonderful little segment here. We have a developer interview with the creator of the game here, Sotanak. How are you doing?
Thank you, everyone. It's so great to be here. It's so great to see a tournament organized for the game. So I'm very honored and well, surprised
def-
to even see it get so far.
Definitely. I mean, I was very surprised as well when Zaxxon put the ping out and was like, hey, here's 4 games that we can pick from. Choose one. And Sonic 3D and 2D was there. It's like, I've been told I need to play that game. I should play that at some point. And then the tournament came out. It's like, okay, yeah, now I definitely need to play the game. And thanks to the tournament, we've had amazing races so far. We've had amazing people come in and completely destroy the game in terms of its speedrun. Like, how do you feel about the speedrun so far?
Well, it's very impressive to see people clearing stage really fast. I mean, I play my game a lot. I test a lot through it, play many times, and I can clear it quite fast, but not as fast as they do. That's really great to see so much dedication in like finding a new strategy, new path, and like jumping on a monitor to get a really high jump and reach an area that like might be for Knuckles or so on. It's really great to see.
No, definitely. So the main thing that questions that we've had been asked here is people coming out just saying, Ben in Sweden specifically asking, many fan games end up being unfinished, and we only ever seem to gain like maybe a demo, maybe a level or two. But Sonic 3D and 2D here is a full game. So what motivated you to finish the game?
Well, that's many things actually. Like one of them is just that since I was a kid, I wanted to have a Sonic to make my Sonic game, and like at the same time when I play Sonic 3D, that it felt like it's a great game. I love Sonic 3D, but like it doesn't play like the classic before. So I always wonder how it could have been if it was a true sequel. And so I took it like as my task, and I also choose to not advertise the game until it was finished, so that like if I would ever give up, I wouldn't have this broken dream floating with unfinished game forever. But like maybe it's also the combination of the fact that I keep it secret that gave me this push toward the end, like so that I can show it.
Yeah, no, honestly, that's a really smart move. Like a lot of people do seem to release their demos quite early, usually for things like the Sonic Hacking Contest or the Amateur Games Expo, and then it puts undue pressure on them, and they've realized I can't do this, and then they remain unfinished, which is unfortunate. So when we had this game come out, when we had Sonic 3D and 2D release, and people are like, no, no, this is a full game, this is all the levels. It's just like, whoa, we get to play 3D and 2D. This is nuts. And it's just it was cool to see that. So like you're saying the classic games are you wanted to see what Sonic 3D Blast would be like as a 2D game. Aside from those classic games, aside from it being a sequel, did you have any other inspiration for the game as well?
Well, yes, I took inspiration, well, a bit from the Mega Man Zero and ZX games in terms of how the bosses play out, because they punish you really hard if you don't look and study what they do before attacking. This is something that I always found that the classic kind of lack. The bosses are on a set pattern, really easy to hit many times. But I also take inspiration out of the Rocket Knight Adventure series from those are those are my favorite games on the Genesis after Sonic. So definitely recommend everyone to try the Rocket Knight Adventures on Genesis. They
I'm
are
very
great.
glad. Oh yeah, great games. I'm very glad you actually said that because I swear to God, see that Panic Puppet 1 boss you've made? I don't like you. Like that boss. I love you, but I also hate you. I love you because that reference, absolutely amazing reference. Like you are a genius for that. But I hate you because that boss is solid.
What can I say? I could have made it like closer to how the final boss in Rocket Knight Adventure was, and that was like painful,
Mm. Oh,
very difficult.
definitely.
But yeah, just a reference was enough. But technically, if you catch on Tails doll, he spins just like Sparkster.
Yeah, no, that was the other thing, like the tail spin as well. It's unfortunate that we found a way to manipulate him so he doesn't do that spin attack anymore. But it was one of those things you're just like, oh wait a minute, that's this big spin attack, which is awesome.
I decide to experiment with Tails doll and see if a positional boss would work. So, like,
Mm-hmm.
actually, it's planned that you can manipulate what he does based on your position. So, not necessarily bad in this point of view.
Oh, definitely not. It's very cool as well, the fact that you do, like, you've taken it into consideration that these bosses, as you say, they don't have these set attacks. There are a number of different attacks that they can do, but it's based on how the player is controlling the character that'll
Yeah.
determine which attacks you're coming out next. Still don't like those bumpers though. Like, thanks for those bumpers. Like those bumpers have cost many of us many, many rings.
There's a reason the level is called Spring Stadium.
Oh yeah, we know. It's got nothing to do with Sonic 3D and 3D Blast. No, not at all. Oh no, it is good there. So like it's nice to see that you get these other inspirations from games on the Genesis as well, like the Mega Drive Genesis. I grew up with those consoles. Absolutely amazing there. But talking about the bosses, we've got a question from Popo here that says, I love the creativity behind making bosses for Act One from scratch or using references from other games' bosses. What is the reason that these Act 1 bosses are so much more difficult than Act 2 in most of the time?
Well, it's two reasons, I'd say. Like, one is just strictly from a gameplay standpoint. I think it's better from a like two act section how Sonic is built to have the difficulty spike in the Act One compared to the Act Two. So for anyone playing, like, you if you game over in Act One, it's less painful than a game over in Act Two, in the sense that, like, if you reach Act Two, you probably learn how to beat the Act One boss. So it would be downhill battle after that.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I never thought about it like that
And
before.
and the second one is just story. Like, this game picks up after Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Robotnik
Hmm.
builds robot. He builds machine that do work for him to carry out things that he cannot do. So they should be better than him at fighting Sonic, or there would be no point for him to build them.
Very true. Yeah, makes perfect sense. No, there's definitely a lot of the bosses there that we've tried to play through, and you've saw in the speedrun here as well. Like we had the Giga boss fighting the three of five potential mini bosses here, and all of them having their own unique patterns, but can be a real pain in the butt at times. Like especially if you get the wrong combination and they start protecting each other as well. Is that something that you thought would happen? Like, did you deliberately design it where these bosses could protect themselves, or was that, or each other, should I say, or was that just a happy little accident?
A bit of both actually, because you start out with an idea, give them a pattern, see what they do. Maybe you find out that they are lacking into something like too easy to hit or something super predictable. So like, as you try, you change the behavior a little, and sometimes you figure out something surprising that you were like even comes out by error. Some ideas like for example, the machine gun on Silver Sonic Mark II, like he has the finger. It came out by itself, but other action like the grab action on Silver Sonic, I'm sorry, on Robo Sonic from Sonic 2, that it can grab you when it charges you if you're not paying attention, was to cover a huge gap that he was the easiest to fight without that.
Yeah, that was a big surprise when it first happened to me as well. It's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go hit the boss on there. Hey, what's that?" And I've just been thrown against the wall. It's like, what is this? And then you had the obviously, I call it Shadow because it's the one that looks different, but I know it's like Mark II Metal
Mm-hmm.
Sonic or Mark II Silver Sonic. First time I fought him, did not like it. Absolutely ridiculous. Very, very hard boss to try and beat. Simply because
Yeah,
we didn't know how to manipulate him, we didn't know how to control him. And then suddenly, now that we've had a little bit of experience with us, it's not that he's still hard, but it's difficult in the situation that you've left us with, which is nice, and I enjoy that too.
yeah. For that boss, I try to like make it different compared to how you usually fight a Metal Sonic. So you need to keep spacing, like to be able to attack him. So instead, I want to punish the people that usually like to rush without like care, and like it's still in the motive of like try different bosses, like kind of like Mega Man or whatever.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. It's really cool as well. And then on the flip side, you give us the Act 2 bosses, which are Eggman, and they are taken straight from 3D Blast, but have been redone into 2D elements, which honestly, I think a lot of us all agree you've done a fantastic job with them. We can see the references, we can see where they're coming from, we have an idea of how the attacks are going to work, and you've added some unique spice to it as well, which is a lot of fun. Which
Yeah.
one of those bosses would you say is your favorite that you took the time to develop? Like, which one do
So
you enjoy the most?
the Robotnik ones. It's
Yes.
actually the final one in Panic Puppet Zone. He like
Yeah?
the arms coding for the arms was the funniest part. Like have them fold, bend at the elbow. For controlling those arms was really fun. Actually, the code I'm proud of that because like every single node of the arm follow the same code, but like they know where they are, so they bend properly, they move appropriately. I really love it. It's the best part. It's what the hardest to do, but it's the best part to have there. It's a
Nice.
very small detail that maybe I noticed. I don't know other people, but I love that.
I imagine, well, I'm not a developer myself, so I can't really know how difficult things like that are, but I would imagine that when you see something that you've spent the time on, it's and seeing it work as intended, it's very nice. I do have to ask though, when you were coding it, did you have any mishaps with it? Where the arms just like went completely wrong ways or something? Like, did you have
Oh,
any
oh,
funny moments?
yes. I've had the worst of everything. Like sometimes they would. The worst was when the code would not detect the proper arm, or like you destroy the light for the left arm and both arm die. Or I had a lot of trial and error with that to make it work properly.
Hmm. Definitely, definitely. So, got a few more things here as well. A question from Zephyr HS saying, when you see runners doing these levels, how do you feel when parts of them can just be completely skipped? Like, for example, Volcano Valley. We don't get to see much of that level. Is it annoying? Is it annoying for you when you see that, or how do you
It, it
feel?
it all depends on how you look at it. Like from strictly developer point of view, my heart stops a little every time someone skips through a wall. But from a gameplay standpoint and a race standpoint, if you can do it. That's not so bad in that aspect. But in any case, it's good to see it. I will fix it. Sorry for the speedrunners, but
Oh, there you go, folks. You've heard it. You've heard it here. This version is the version where we get to have fun through the walls. Next time, we're playing Volcano Valley, okay? Learn the stage. That's how it works. But no, honestly, it's really cool. I do remember the response to the tweet that you gave me. It was every time somebody clips through a ceiling, you have to hit an extra life box. So you've been hitting a lot of extra life boxes recently.
yeah. I used to have 99 all the time. Right now, I need to stock up.
Definitely. Oh, it's things like that. It's just like, oh, it's like we don't want that, but there you go. It's got to happen. It's got to happen at times. So we got another question from Tim's there. How do you get the one up that is beside the second elevator in Panic Puppet 1? How
Oh
do you
yeah.
get it? Or are you trolling us?
No, you can get it. Not with Sonic though.
Aha!
It's from a Tails only path, or Wagnia as well if you unlock him.
So there you go, Tims. There's your answer. It is another character to get it. And Ben in Sweden immediately replying with Sonic can get it. So we got requests as well. It's like, can you make cutscenes skippable to go faster, please?
Um, I will have to work a little, but maybe I would be able in the future.
There you go. Maybe we'll get skippable cutscenes. Hey, that'll be the trade-off. If you have to play Volcano Valley, you can skip a cutscene. But only one cutscene. You have to decide. Can you imagine that, developing a feature where you get to skip cutscene, but only one, and that's it?
Well, I saw it happen on some games as well, that they never put a skippable cutscene until people beg a lot to put the cutscene. Then
Oh,
they
yeah.
release an expansion with new cutscene, and you cannot skip the cutscene. So it's like they forget every time.
Well, we had that problem with Mania. Original launch of Mania didn't have proper ability to skip cutscenes, and we had the cutscene skips, which were a 2-frame window to press the start button after the score went off the screen, and it's like, no. And then thankfully, Mania Plus came out, and they gave us the ability to do that, which was quite nice, actually. Like, it was really nice that they added that. But continuing on, something more about like the engine and that right now that you're doing. Royal Meadow asks, one major question is about the art direction. They've noticed that it is an amalgamation of many previous entries. In the event that you make a future revision to the game, what would it take for the art to get a complete overhaul towards pre-rendered graphics to make it look similar to things like Flicky's Island on the Saturn and G Sonic, aka Sonic Blast?
Well, I would not like that, because like the idea here was to have it as a direct sequel of 3K. So this is a what if. It does not necessarily have to look like 3D Blast. It should look like 3 and Knuckles more.
That makes perfect
So,
sense. Yeah.
so in any case, a complete overhaul would be quite a lot of work, because there is a lot of picture, a lot of elements, of a lot of tiles. It would be quite a lot of work. All of the animation and that would be quite a lot of work.
Definitely. Yeah, especially having to basically redo the entire artwork for the game. Like, that's a lot of work that you need to put out to get something like that. For something that
Yeah.
people may or may not use as well. I don't know if you've heard through the tournament here, but we've had quite a few differences in music choices from some people. Some people enjoying the Mega Drive music, other people enjoying the Saturn DLC that you provided. I wonder if we'll hear any custom music though. I think that's a thing that you made available, right?
Oh yeah, when I release the update with the Saturn DLC, I also add the custom folder. You can drop your music in there, maintain the loop info file, and put pretty much anything you want. There's been a lot of fans that already came out with their own entire custom playthrough and soundtracks that they can download. I listed them recently on my HIO page, so anyone can get there and download them and play with those.
Oh, that's awesome. There you go, folks. If you're looking for some custom soundtracks for the game, you know where to go for that one. But
Yep.
more about the engine as well. Jimmy Diamonds is asking, given the Sonic Worlds engine has gone on to develop well-received games such as Spark and Freedom Planet, do you have an original concept in the pipeline? Do you have a new
Not
game?
yet, not yet, but I will try to. Like, after all of the changes I made to this engine, I learn a lot. So I will certainly try to put my skills to the test with something new. But right now I'm at just a square zero, so not exactly planned yet. It will be planned.
Well, there you go. So maybe a new original game. Please, if you do an original game, make it start on a stage that looks like Green Hill so all Sonic fans can be mad. Because it's, Green Hill again. Yay! Oh, the joys.
Yeah, that they overdid it. Green Hill everywhere.
Pretty much. Little bit here or there. Who knows what we've got planned for the future for Sonic, but maybe not some Green Hill. We'll see. Got a double question here. Same question from two different people, both Zaxxon and Tumheb, both asking, what was the hardest, most time-consuming part about making stages in the game here?
It's the gimmick, no doubt. Actually, the pipes of Gene Gadget or the elevators of Panic, they are the ones that took more time to build inside the stage because they rely on a lot of events for their positioning, and they also switch to multiple layers so that you do not collide with a Batnik or against a wall when you are pushed through them. And but sometimes is the level layout. Like I try to strike a balance between like how far each starports are inside the stage, even if you take different paths. Try to offer what technically Sonic 3 has as its core, which is like very fast section, quick platforming, then very fast section, and so try to constantly mix that. Uh, I personally think I managed to do that, but I got also criticisms that I put too many batniks. Not sure if because people just want to run as fast as they can without really learning the mechanics of the game, but I don't know. I like the balance I have for the game, so I'm not gonna change that.
Yeah, that's fair. Continuing on from that question as well, what did you enjoy most about working on the game?
It's the bosses. Setting them up, designing them up, try to have them work the way you want. Sometimes changing something because it becomes far too difficult or far too unfair. But yeah, the bosses definitely.
I feel like that shows as well. Like you've nailed the 2D concept of, hey, this is a 2D Sonic game that plays similar to Three Knuckles, but the bosses, they're genuinely some of the hardest bosses that we fought in any Sonic game, not just 2D games, in the 3D games as well. They're pretty difficult. They're pretty ruthless when you first run into them, and if you don't
Yes,
respect them, they will kick your butt.
that's what a boss should do. Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
it's for my perspective, when you design a game, you need to have something that like I can call like player stopper. They have to be stopped. Like if you play like 1 hour and you clear the game, you just throw away your game, never remember it for anything. If you have a boss that stops you in your track, you have to figure out how to beat it. When you beat it, you will get your adrenaline jolt, and yeah, like that would be the idea behind that.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've heard about you developing the game, and we've heard about what your inspirations and that for the game. You also mentioned that you play it a lot. So, what's your favorite stage to play?
My favorite stage is actually Gene Gadget as Act 1. It's the best. It's the best one in terms of atmosphere. I think the game has a great build up. This is true for Sonic 3D as well. Like you start from Green Grove, go to the ancient ruin, reach Spring Stadium, which is still kind of like on a funny type of stage. But then, like you have Diamond Dust, but you reach the desolation of a kind of valley, and then like the end game kicks in. You Argick Gadget, the industrial level, where Robotnik is like taking everything he can, ruining the environment without any care because he just cares about building his final weapon and use the power of the flaky take over the world.
Yeah,
So
not to interrupt you, Argick, but yeah, Gene Gadget one is also my favorite. So, heck yeah.
Kegga's good fun, and it's made better, I think, by adding the Saturn soundtrack to it. Because you just get the uns uns going through, you get the beats as you're running through, and as you say, that has that dramatic sense to it.
mhm.
I always feel like Volcano Valley is the dramatic stage for me, but I blame the Saturn soundtrack for that.
I see. Well, I'm more of a Genesis OST. I really do think that Jane Gadget shines out with the Genesis tracks. It has those infiltration mission going under, like very things getting real. Do something.
Oh,
Stop egging.
definitely. Oh yeah, definitely. Like I personally run a mix of both. Like if Act 1 is Genesis, Act 2 is Saturn, and then I just swap them both like that. But
Hmm.
it's really cool how, well, one, you gave us that option to do that, and two, the fact that as the game goes on, you get that story, you get that more dramatic thing leading to this final Panic Puppet 2 fight. After you come out of Giga, you've come out of the robot factory, you're about to go in, and then you've got the final weapon. And I know we're
Yep.
not going to see it here because it's a beat the game speed run, but I do have to give you kudos for the final fight. Translating that fight from 3D into 2D, you've done super well. And not to spoil it for anyone that hasn't done the true ending of the game yet, play the true ending of the game because Sota has added an amazing fight for the end of the run. Like, was straight from S3 and K?
Get the emeralds. Do it.
Yeah.
It's worth it. It's worth it. And if you play your car right, you may get extra characters.
Ooh, indeed, indeed. I do have to say though, you made those special stages ridiculously hard, by the way.
Yes and no. They require. I think they just require a bit of practice. It's not exactly. There's no need to take all of the rings that appear on the screen. I made it faster than Sonic 2, but I also made it easier to identify the ring pattern. I expect the average player to always kind of miss the first line of rings that arrives, but you should be able to guess most of the time if it's a set of rings that alternate left and right, or if it's a spiral, or if it's the, like, let's call it the DNA. So once you get a glimpse of what the sequence is, you should be able to get the second and third the line of ring in the sequence. So it's expected. There's plenty of rings. There's 3 times the needed amount there. So
Oh, there's
just don't
definitely
get
a lot of rings.
just don't get panic. Just identify the sequence and jump from left and right. Don't run on the circle. Jump.
See, that's true. We noticed that while playing it with the jumps on it. Personally, I don't mind the speed. Speed is fine. It's the draw distance. I don't know. Is that something you can control on that one, or is that a limitation of the engine?
Well, actually, they do scale from 0 to 100, so it's not a matter of draw distance. It's just that they come in very fast.
Fair enough. All right then. Let's wrap it up here. Final question for you.
Yeah.
What is your best time, either for playing through the full game or just one level? Like you said, you tested it a lot, you've played it a lot
Yep.
yourself. Have you ever tried to speedrun? Like, what's your best time that you've managed to do?
Well, I never really took the time. I know that I can go quite fast, but I don't think that I would be able to go under 40 minutes.
Fair enough. Any
Like
final?
maybe with practice, but
Oh yeah, it's the same with anything though, right? That's what we do. We spend all this time practicing, trying to get these really awesome speed runs going through. But
all of those
any
clipping.
we only found one. Right? Okay, we found one. Let us have
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
the
you
joke.
can go with it. Run wild.
it. Right, we are going to get ready to get set up for our next race soon. You are going to be joining us on commentary for it, which is going to be amazing. Any final things you want to say to the folks watching right now?
Well, keep watching. I feel that this is gonna be a great tournament. They are doing great. They are going fast. They are doing exciting stunts. I really sometimes see some jumps that are great.
And
So
there
keep
you have
watching.
it. Yeah, keep watching. We are going to get ourselves ready. It's been great to have you giving us your insight on the development of the game, and hopefully we'll hear more from you in the future. And good luck with any new projects that you take, and of course continuing to develop 3D and 2D. We are going to take a quick break to get ourselves set up with our next racers, but we will be right back for the next race. It is going to be Control versus Ben in Sweden. Look forward to it.
Later. Thank you.
Big Chongus! Big Chongus!
All right, hello folks, welcome back. We are here. It is time for Control versus Ben in Sweden. Joining me on commentary, we do have Sota.
Hello there. Ready for the next race?
Oh yes, we're just gonna wait here. We're gonna get our countdown for our racers. You did see setting up on the setup there where, well, the details for both our racers. We're gonna be skipping that through and just getting ready to go into the race here. And we're gonna see these runners go all the way through. We're getting the ads. Are you ready? If they are, we will get ourselves underway. Will we see Control? Will we see Ben? Yes, we will. What are we gonna get today? Let's find out. As the countdown is up and away we go. So Sota, what are you looking forward to seeing here from both these runners?
Keeping in Volcano Valley.
That is guaranteed at this point, especially since Ben in Sweden is the one who's basically been telling pretty much all of us. It's like, by the way, yeah, here's how we do this trick and here's a consistent way of doing it. It's like, oh. So both our runners off and on their way through Green Grove right now. You can see Ben in Sweden making light work, getting past the spring there, up into the tree and heading towards the boss. Meanwhile, Control having a little bit of problem trying to get up the top there from the thing, dodging the buzz bomber. Any particular reason you stuck that buzz bomber there, other than just to be a troll?
No, it's there from the start, honestly. And when I set up for the achievement to like the achievement for Sonic that clear Green Grove in 30 seconds, having that thing there was like, oh yeah, that's perfect to drive people mad. I will leave it there.
It works. But thankfully our runners here not getting driven mad right now. Ben in Sweden getting a nice kill there on the Silver Sonic. Not quite getting the full set, unlike Control here, who's getting the perfect bouncies. There you go. Look at that. Just like that. So the Buzz Bomber trolling Control a little bit, but proving that has the boss fight control in him as well.
Act 2 for Green Grove Zone.
I'm going to see which route both our racers are going to be taking here. Of course, Ben stopping on towards the first spring. Control, I imagine, will be very, very similar. Get past the purple enemies with the spinning balls. They're down into the party pit. So there you go. You go down there, you're going to have a part with all those rings bouncing around the place. And we get Ben coming down and round. We'll see if Ben manages to get the jump. Not donking on the ceiling there. Managing to hold that easily. Double spring up 33 on the checkpoint there. Control not far behind. Into the boss fight. We'll get a quick hit on the boss's noggin here. Getting that insta shield. Ben missing a hit.
Oh, I'm sorry, but it looks like I have a bit of a delay with the stream.
Don't worry
you
about
mentioned the boss, and I see they are still reaching.
Yeah, make sure you're watching the their Discord feed, the special.
Yeah,
Discord
the Discord feed has 2 squares going, so it didn't start for me. I may have to reboot.
No, yeah, go for it. It's all good. The race will go on strong if you want to reboot.
Okay, like they oversaid it in the Terminator saga. I'll be back.
Sota will be back as we come through into Rusty Ruin. And just like that, Control taking the lead right now with 2 better boss fights coming in. And we'll see just how our racers are going to play. Stopping down by the croc there, not getting Eden. And Ben in Sweden getting the drop on the second set there. Control dodging the fish. Ben in Sweden coming behind as well. Onto the spinny segment. And all the way around. Ben in Sweden opting to get the top right there. Very nice. Control managing to get up to the section. Time to see if Ben can do the same. Not expecting any issues from either of our runners here. We'll see if we get any door squishes as well. Control opting for the mini hop onto the button there. And away we go. Ben in Sweden going to land straight at the area with the button. There's less than 5 seconds between our racers at the moment right now. Going to see if we get the good roll there for Control all the way down to the boss. Ben eating the crocodile there. Vector doing very well. Getting stopped by the ceiling. Rolls to the end. Time for the Fang boss fight. So Control in the lead ever so slightly right now. But Ben, of course, can pull this up. We know what this game is like. There's still many, many areas where our racers can have trouble. So the bombs coming off, Control bouncing at the very top of the explosion there, making sure they hit Fang. Both are runners, of course. They have a knack for this stuff. As I say that, Ben in Sweden taking damage there, taking damage because of my pun. Too powerful. He manages to recover, grabbing the rings and getting the hits through there. Final hit coming up very soon. Control finishes, Ben getting one more hit. I'm going to ignore the emerald, as the emerald is on the left-hand side there. We don't need it. And to this stage, finish there. So coming through now, Rusty Ruin, Act 2 for Control. Ben in Sweden coming in as well. Big jump up. Yes, the spin should be jumping from the top of the hill here down to the bottom section. Going to spring their way up to the very top. Coming through onto the teleport. We'll see what strat Control is going to go for. Will it be the Ben in Sweden bouncy strat? Oh, Ben getting hit by the fly there. Not getting any of the rings, managing to stay alive. Control going for the big bounce on the fire shield, makes it through. This should be good on the cycle. Fire dashes over, dodges area number 1, gets under number 2. Ben in Sweden about to line up as well. Definitely going to be seeing the fire shield strat from Ben here. The speed shoes have been obtained. Control running, jumping in the bounce off the enemies there, down into the hole is what we want to see. Oh, hidden by the spring by Ben in Sweden there. Going to have to go around and try it a second time. Control holds speed shoes all the way over, gets over the 3 moving platforms there. And then Ben's going to have to just turn around, drop down off the shield there. And away we go. Definitely going to be off cycle right now. As we see Ben in Sweden going in. Managing to go down there. Unfortunately taking a double hit, losing the fire shield, then losing the rings. As we're on the boogie boss. Looking at the boogie coming down on Control side. Boogieing that boss, move left and right. Boogie, boogie down. Ben Sweden with the speed shoes, trying to run over, making sure they land on one platform. Allows him to keep these speed shoes. Getting caught on the side of the hill there though. Should still have enough speed shoes if he doesn't get hit. As Control finishes about to head in the Spring Stadium. Good cycle for Ben. Ben should have enough speed. Yes! Continues the speed shoes all the way over. Allows him to get into the boogie boss fight now as well. No fire shield though, so there will be no quick strats on this one. Have to wait and see what is happening. And then we will go through. Again, boogie boss into Spring Stadium. Will we see fire shield strats from Control? So keeping hold of the fire shield right now, going through. Bounce off the invincibility. Absolutely beautiful there. Ben in Sweden, of course, right behind as well, about to enter in the Spring Stadium 1. Using the ability, of course, has the fire shield, can use it through invincibility on this one, which is nice. Got to be very careful not to lose the shield, though, as this shield is very important to be carried through from here till basically Giga. This is what we have to keep an eye on here. Going to get the spring up to the rest of the springs onto the side now. And we'll see if Control is going to be able to handle Tails Doll. Ben in Sweden going to be taking Lightning Shield strats, of course, and immediately losing it as we say that. But that is on there. Something to add for HUDs right there. Getting sniped by that little fly. Still able to get up to the top, though. Going to grab the invincibility. Ben in Sweden going to run through the stage as well. Just means going to maybe grab the extra backup shield. Control running through the Tails Doll fight. First part of the fight complete. On to the second one. Let's see these manipulations. Going to use Tails Doll, keep Tails Doll towards the left-hand side. Immediately losing the fire shield, so we're opting for the standard strats here. Trying to get the jumps, though. Doing very well. Doesn't manage to get the third hit there, but getting 2 extra ones is exactly what you want to see at this point. So we're going to go all the way through. And we are watching now. Here it comes. Tails Doll disappearing. Ben in Sweden about to end the fight as well as Control leaves. Running our way through. Hopefully we will get Sota back very, very soon to join us on commentary here. As we jump through, we see Ben in Sweden trying to do the same strats here. Manipulating Tails Doll will be required to try and save some time as we move into the final phase. Spring Stadium 2, of course, for Control. Deliver a damage boost there for Ben in Sweden. There comes the whirly attack. As we go down, we now know inspired by Rocket Knight. That's a good hit for Ben. Another hit for Ben. Takes damage there. Doesn't manage to keep the cycle going. So back into the Control. Another whirly attack coming out. Looking very well right now. Control, of course, taking the first entrance into Spring Stadium 2 here. Trying to make sure we dodge the springs. Unlike that one there, which manages to send you right into that enemy. But up to the top, navigating the 3 spring enemies into our speedy shoes. And now we have Soda back.
Hello there. How come you're in Spring Stadium 2 already?
Speedrunners are fast, is what we do.
I see.
So control
Wow.
double. Yep, doubling back there for the invincibility. Going to be using this invincibility to try and get past the top section here, which is going to have a lovely little spin dash onto the barrel of doom. And the invincibility allows us to keep those enemies
Oopla,
straight up.
What a nice jump.
It's a wonderful jump. I love the fact that the jump actually lines up. Ooh, just falling short on the barrel there. Has to do another couple of up downs. Manages to get through though. Ben in Sweden, of course, not far behind at all here.
And
Coming
we
down
are
the
at
beginning.
boss.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how I plays against small arms.
Yeah, small arms, definitely. We call that. Hard boss fight here. Control doing damage boosts. Waiting for the boss to bounce down. Boss bounces down, manages to get a couple of hits. Unfortunately, bounces the boss too far away. Managing to grab some rings
And
there.
it's
Always having
done.
one ring. Yeah.
Dispatch really quickly. Good job.
I'm going to let you take it away for Diamond Dust. So focus on control on Diamond Dust here as Ben in Sweden is coming through towards the end of Spring Stadium. I'm going to get the jump on
Barrel
the
jump.
barrel.
Nice.
All right, go for it, Soda. Control on Diamond Dust.
Yay. That's great level. The introduction, just like Ice Cap, was, I think, the best thing to do. Every character has their own animation. They can snowboard, just in case. So it's not like Sonic exclusive like Sonic 3. Oh, jump above the waterfall, avoid the spikes.
Didn't quite get the super high jump there, unfortunately. So Control going to have to go around the normal part of the stage here. Ben in Sweden on small arms fight. Small arms staying along the top of the screen right now, being a little bit of a troll. Gets the double hit though.
Skip the sprinkles, the ice sprinkles with style. I can see those. I can see them ruin the run for a lot of people.
Alright, so Control getting onto the spring section here very nicely. About to get to the section with the gold shield here. Control should be able to keep a hold of the gold shield to the boss fight.
Let's see if E99 has a chance.
I mean, E99 can be a bit of a troll here. Can steal your shield if you go too early.
That's true. And if you could also get hit by a bomb if you miss your timing once.
Oh, Control though, just camping on the edge of the corner there. E99 not even getting to come on the screen here. No time for you. We get to roll our way through into Diamond 2. Ben in Sweden coming through. Also didn't get the big jump and the waterfall there. Very precise jump, very hard to try and get in.
He got hit by the ice. That stopped her eating away a few seconds.
Nom 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 nom.
I can see Control going really fast through the first section. Has anyone considered to try to start Diamond Dust 2 with a fire shield to access Knuckle stage in the upper part?
I don't believe anybody has. At least we've not, or if they have, they've determined it's not faster. Instead, they like to go this lightning shield route, specifically to grab the lightning shield for the boss.
Or to nail extra hits as they get him.
And in Sweden with the gold shield. Gonna keep a hold of it for E99. And Control coming through to the boss. Snowman boss incoming. Here's the extra hits as the boss comes in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boss declares a thumb war. Keeps a hold of the shield there as well. Sub 1 minute boss fight there. Very nicely done. Ben in Sweden, unfortunately, losing the shield. Showing me how it's done, though. Being able to spin dash under the laser there. I didn't realize that was a possibility. Getting the 3 hits, though, needs probably 2 more, which is very nice.
And E99 says bye-bye.
And we now come down to your favorite stage. It's Volcano Valley time.
Oh, Volcano Valley.
Yeah,
The most painful part of this stage was the light effect on the lava.
Super bright stage, yeah.
That one took a long time to set because it's actually a semi-transparent layer near the waterfalls. A lot of positioning there. A lot of tiles.
Seeing a different route here coming out of Control. This is what we mean by keeping a hold of some of the shields here. You're seeing Control effectively running through Knuckles and Tails' route as Sonic with the lightning shield here.
This proves that Sonic is the most versatile character ever. No one can beat Sonic.
I believe it does also mean that Control cannot do the strat, I believe, to skip the lava fall here, unfortunately, as you don't get the chance to fire dash and zip up. However, with the lightning
I can
shield,
keep one life.
doesn't matter. Look at this. I'm going up.
Whoa,
All the
whoa,
way
this
up.
is
Look
great.
at this speed climbing
That's
the ascent
awesome.
here.
Congratulations, this is so good. That's great. Wow, amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Not a single zip required. Look at those precise lightning jumps. Ben in Sweden coming into VV1 as well. No lightning shield, so we will see the standard fire shield strat on this one. And it'll give you a good idea, potentially, seeing the boss zip coming through here as well. That climb, absolutely insane by Control there. Ben in Sweden coming down now, going to have to about turn and go the other route through the game, simply because there are no lightning shields to pick up. Absolute difficulty coming through here, but you see Ben in Sweden, not one to be faced here, going to get the fire shield down the bottom, as Control is now going to take away 2 lives from Sota. No lives lost in DV1. About to lose 2 in a row though, as we come to do the spin. Into the wall.
My heart.
There goes one. Second one coming up very, very soon. Again, a big shout out to Ben in Sweden for finding very good setups on that one. There you go.
I'm about to game over.
Well, you can't game over yet. We still need you for 4 more levels.
True. So the best part.
Absolutely. Look at that though, 38 seconds and you're already at the boss, taking a couple of hits down. Ben in Sweden coming up, passing the second fire shield here in Volcano Valley 1, about to get towards the Knuckles fight. There's 3 more enemies standing in the way between Ben in Sweden and victory right now. We're going to see if he can do the strat or if he's going to take it safe. 2 more enemies remain. There's 1, there's 2. Down to the boss we go. And we're going to go through.
Poor Robotnik. He didn't plan for the fire shield.
He really didn't.
Well, that's how the boss used to be in Sonic 3D. You didn't have the shield, but like this is kind of like a homage to lava.
And there's another life gone for Sota. Sorry, buddy. There's a zip on the top there.
We should have a life loss counter.
I think we'd be way plus 99 right now, considering all the practice.
True.
Sweden there. Ben in Sweden getting the halfie there, getting knocked out by the spring.
Just like the Krillin counter for Dragon Ball and Brain.
No! It's perfect. Oh. Alright, controlling Giga right now with the fire shield as well. Can he keep it to the fight, and can he use it in the fight to try and make it easier? We'll have to see which bosses are going to be released. Is it going to be Silver? Will we see Metal from Sonic 2? Will we see Mecha from Sonic 3? Will it be Mecha Mark 2? Or will it be Metal from CD? We're about to find out. Oh, that was a costly mistake for Control there. Going back to taking... Wait a minute. No, this looks like an alternative route here.
That's the lower route. This is the one that I usually take when I play.
A different route coming through in this section. Very interesting to see other routes being put in play here. Question is it faster? Is it slower? As we hit the
I
button.
think it's comparable, not too different. Probably a bit slower, but not too different.
And Ben in Sweden, there goes another life. Whoop! And into the boss arena now. And Ben going to use the lineup strats here. Going to do the lineup, pause, hold left, jump. In we go first time. As control comes
So
in
a bit
through the boss.
of a trivia for the Metal Sonic over there. If you really fancy and be very masochistic, you can fight all of the 5 Metal Sonics in the same battle. You need to have cleared the game at least once with a good ending, and you will have to find a hidden switch in Gene Gadget. If you find it and press it, you will have to fight all of 5 of them. So, for masochistic people that like it, go for it. Enjoy the final gauntlet with all of them.
Such an amazing Easter egg. Oh no! Control's got trouble. Let's see how Control's going to handle this. Gets Mecha taken down. Immediately manages to get into the right position though to handle Mark II here. Oh, absolutely phenomenal display of skill right now. Knows exactly how far he needs to stay away so the boss does not do any attacks. 2 more hits, 1 more hit left.
Oh, wow, he
Needs
managed
the
to get the ring at the last moment.
Oh.
But he did it.
He did
Nice,
it.
nice.
Amazing. Very good fight there. Ducking in the corner there, knowing that was very close. Ben in Sweden there, managing to take out the boss fight into Giga as well. We'll have to see if Ben gets just as good RNG on that stage or not. Time for Control to come through to Giga 2. aka Lightning Shield the stage. Very smart of you, by the way, to enable the Lightning Shield to go through the barriers.
Well, they are electricity after all. So
Indeed.
the game should have, every game should have a moment that rewards good playing. So if you manage to hold your shield, you should be able to skip through. That's
I agree with that. I very much agree. That is a sign of good game design. Rewarding good gameplay is very, very nice. Ben in Sweden getting the backup fire shield there. And then
so it's a combination of playing well and knowing the game. So I don't expect someone playing the first time to be able to like keep the electric shield and skip all of the parts, but someone that play a few times, figure out, oh wow, there's a lightning shield here, and go on and cut through. That would be a reward. Really makes a game rewarding.
Indeed. I know I didn't do it the first time. Oh, double jump in straight to the top there for Control. 4 easy hits. Yes, 5. 3 more. 6. 2 more. 7. 1 more.
And then reach the metals.
Here we go. Which medals are we going to get? Ooh, CD medal. Will it be nice? Will he be a pain in the bum? He's doing a good attack. That should be 3 hits there. And then the laser beam. Oh, too early on the jump there for Ben, losing the fire shield. And the laser beam coming out too. Gets the good attack though. Only gets 1 hit off it though. Things going a little bit awry right now. Needs to make sure that he grabs at least 1. Gets another hit. And 2 more hits required. Silver is now opening up. Gonna send Silver away. Gonna focus on trying to get a hit on Metal there. Oh no! Oh!
Metal Sonic make his first victim.
And we knew it was coming eventually on the fights here. Control now solidifying the lead right now in Panic Puppet. Absolutely insane. There's that life box, by the way, that people were trying to get a hold of. Control going to keep a hold of the shield all the way through Panic Puppet. Ben in Sweden back into the fight here. Control opting for the run under. This time we're getting Metal Sonic from Sonic 2. We're coming through the next area. Oh, and there's the grab on Ben in Sweden there. As the Mark II, oh, just grabbed the ring. Manages to grab 2. It's now the game of keep a hold of the thing.
Oh, with Silver Mark II closing the game. The unused metal from Adventure. I thought I thought
yeah.
Sega never used him. I should.
I originally thought it was from the comics until people pointed out that it's the one in the adventure tubes.
No, it's the one from Adventure.
Yeah.
But I know that they use the same design for a few episodes in the American comic. Yeah.
Alright, Control coming to the boss fight now with the Lightning Shield. That Rocket Knight Adventures boss reference. Absolutely love it. Ben in Sweden still fighting against Metal right now. Has that safety ring. Metal, though, being an absolute pain in the bum right now. 3-minute plus boss fight. Not what you want to see on this one. Jumps just a little bit too early once again. And then the laser beam coming out. Objective above all is grab that ring. Needs one more hit on Metal, I believe, here. Gets the attack. There you go. As Control is now in.
Jane Gadget 2 starts for Ben as well.
Oh, are we going to get the
Electric
triples?
shield all the way.
Oh, did we just get a triple there? Are we going to see another triple? Are we going to see a 2-cycle? Oh, not quite. Oh, and then unfortunately the game being a little bit of a pain in the butt there. Control going to have to just move away. It's the last 2 hits on the boss. We now move to phase number 2. Ben in Sweden keeping the Lightning Shield in. Giga needs to run through. Control gets a hit, knocked down by Tails. That's fine. Needs to keep a hold of. Here comes the drill. It should be a triple. Line up for the triple shot here. 1. Manages to get 3. I believe just got that last hit there. So we'll see if that is 4. Might be doing a dive down. Should be a dive back up. That was the bottom angle. So that should be 5 hits if we are guessed correctly. Could be a laser. This could be a triple to get 6, 7, and 8. And there's the end of the boss fight. End of the boss fight. Well played.
Bye-bye, Eggman.
Bye-bye, Eggman, indeed.
On the other side, we are close to Eggman again. He needs to change clothes really fast from one screen to the other.
Makes it no problem though, so we're waiting for the missiles to get loaded. Once the missiles are loaded, the boss is vulnerable. We're now about to see Control. Oh, Ben in Sweden taking a little bit too high of a jump there. Losing that Lightning Shield. Gets the double. Gonna have to wait for another cycle, as unfortunately you can't get the 3rd hit with the Insta Shield. Many of us try all the time, but does get an extra hit on that side. So only 3 required on the left here. Has to play it safe though. You don't want to find on the pit. Oh. Unfortunately, trying to get that final hit required early there, but falling down into the hole for Ben there.
The pit of the only pit in Jane Gadget claim its victim.
Has to reset to do the button press here. Control holding the fire shield on the final act of the game. Gets a fantastic roll down to the bottom elevator here. Hopefully we will not see Control fall into the... This is a very, very good pace right now for Control. Really possible to get a 29 here. Get a PB. Shortcut has been taken. And in Sweden in the boss fight again. This time no Lightning Shield to gain early hits here. Has to play it safe, trying not to get crushed by the things as they drop down. Gets the move over to the other side again. Gets the 2, doesn't want to go for the 3rd this time.
And it's done. Nice job from Ben.
Very nice job. Alright, Panic Puppet time for Ben. Needs to go grab the backup Lightning Shield in the stage. Control though, coming through.
Control lost the shield, but he's speeding through to the end. Like a boss. To the boss.
Would have been nice to have that fire shield for the boss. However, 23 rings. Let's see how Control handles the slams. Here they come. Soda's favorite thing to design.
Yeah, look
at
those. Yeah, look at those animations. They are so freaking good.
Honestly, it really is. Is that background, by the way, based on Knuckles Chaotix by any chance?
Yep.
Yeah, I was right.
Good catch. I thought that with a bit of recolor it would fit for the final arena really well. And
it does. It fits really well.
It has a bit of an adjustment, especially with like those black and yellow emergency thing lines in the background that were not in Chaotix, but yeah, that's the original background from Chaotix.
Oh, there's phase 2 complete, making light work of it. About to come into phase 3. It's time to hit
Nice
the ball.
jump, skipping above the treadmills.
Yeah, double jump on Ben's screen there. Going all the way up the top this time. This is a different route. I've not seen this one. Clever.
I think that one is where it crosses with Tails' path, so if you come back from that road, you should be able to find the life that I said Sonic cannot reach.